Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Good afternoon. Members, we are returning after recess, and so we are in orders of the day. Our current plan for the calendar is to start at the top with S 208 and work down the calendar, picking up and voting on what we did not get through this morning. If that changes, I will let you know, but that is the plan. So members, at this time, we'll take up Senate Bill 208, which is an act relating to standards for law enforcement identification. The bill was referred to the Committee on Judiciary, which recommends that the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as printed in today's calendar. The member from Essex Junction, Representative Dolan, will speak for the committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S 208, an act relating to standards for law enforcement identification.
Member from Essex Junction.
Madam Speaker, S 208, as amended by your House Judiciary Committee, takes a measured approach to advancing transparency and public trust in Vermont law enforcement interactions. At a time of increased public concern about the use of masks and identification, the bill establishes a path toward more consistent practice across the state. The House amendment maintains the bill's original purpose, but shifts from detailed statutory mandates applying to all law enforcement working in Vermont to a statewide model policy framework focused on the practices of state and local agencies. This change was informed by an April 22nd decision of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Index Newspapers LLC versus United States Marshal Service, which highlighted constitutional limits on state regulation of federal law enforcement, particularly regarding identification and operational practices. That decision underscored the complexity of applying state requirements to federal officers and the risk of further preemption challenges. Based on that case,
There are no signs allowed, please. Will the House please come to order? Member from Essex Junction.
I'm not exactly certain where I ended, so I may repeat a sentence. That decision underscored the complexity of applying state requirements to federal officers and the risk of further preemption challenges. Based on that case and guidance from Legislative Counsel, there was concern the original version of S 208 would likely be found unconstitutional. A legal challenge at that level could strain state resources that are better used defending other initiatives that this body has advanced, such as our Constitutional Accountability Act, H 849. In response, the committee focused the bill on Vermont state and local law enforcement and moved to a model policy approach. S 208 directs the Law Enforcement Advisory Board to develop clear, consistent standards for officer identification and the use of facial coverings, and requires all agencies to adopt those standards on a defined timeline. This approach mirrors prior legislative efforts on fair and impartial policing, use of force, and body camera policies. S 208 addresses transparency, accountability, and public trust by providing clarity around officer identification and the use of facial coverings during public encounters. I will now turn to the sections of the bill. For those following along, the Strike All Amendment can be found on page 3261 of today's House calendar. Section 1 contains 3 subsections. Subsection A defines key terms. Facial covering is defined as any opaque item that obscures facial identity. Law enforcement agency and law enforcement officer use existing statutory definitions in 20 VSA 2351A. Subsection B requires the Law Enforcement Advisory Board to develop a model statewide policy addressing identification standards and the use of facial coverings to be completed by July 2027 and to ensure consistent statewide application. Subsection C requires all Vermont law enforcement agencies to adopt a policy consistent with the model by October 1, 2027. If an agency or an officer not employed by an agency does not adopt a policy, they are deemed to have adopted the model policy. Section 2 provides that the act takes effect upon passage. The committee heard testimony from the following: the Director of the Civil Rights Unit at the Office of the Attorney General, Legislative Counsel, the Advocacy Director of the ACLU of Vermont, the Executive Director of Vermont Criminal Justice Council, Professor for Columbia Law School, National Trustee of Chittenden County Fraternal Order of Police, President of Vermont Association of Chiefs of Police, a Sergeant at the Rutland County Sheriff's Criminal Division, Commander of Vermont State Police, Commissioner, Department of Public Safety, and a Commander of Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. This amended version of S208, as outlined, addresses transparency, accountability, and public trust in law enforcement interactions, specifically requiring clarity around officer identification and the use of facial coverings during public encounters. S208, as amended, passed out favorably on a vote of 6-5-0, and your Committee on Judiciary respectfully requests your support.
And now the member from Winooski, Representative Rebecca, and the member from Bridport, Representative McGill, offer an amendment to the report of the Committee on Judiciary that is printed in today's calendar. Member from Winooski.
Madam Speaker, I speak today as a member of one of Vermont's most incredible communities, one of the communities in Vermont that's feeling this issue most deeply. Because in Winooski, immigrant families are our neighbors. Their families, sorry, let me just turn off my fan here. In Winooski, immigrant families are our neighbors. Their teenagers watch our kids. Their middle schoolers are traveling to Washington to represent our entire state in national poetry and academic competitions. They're building thriving businesses, raising productive families with Vermont values, and they're shaping the future of our state. They're Vermont, and our local police officers are Vermont also. We have a small police department in Winooski. We know our officers by their first names. They've watched our kids grow up, and some Winooski kids became officers. They respond when there's a fender bender or a lost bike, or when a family is in crisis. They're not outsiders. They're part of the fabric of our community, and that relationship matters. Public trust matters, and that's exactly why I'm bringing this amendment forward, to give you the opportunity to vote yes. I'm not anti-law enforcement, and this is not about punishing officers. This amendment will not stop federal agents from carrying out their duties, even if I may disagree with what they do. Much of the language in this amendment was shaped with input from the Department of Public Safety, and it includes important exemptions for undercover operations, tactical teams, protective equipment, hazardous conditions, and real safety concerns. I'm offering this amendment because I want you to have a choice to make sure that in Vermont, when armed individuals are exercising law enforcement power over members of the public with your tax dollars, we know who they are. That should not be controversial. And I want to address a key concern for some people about this issue, and that's constitutionality. Respectfully, you're not elected to act as a constitutional scholar any more than I, as Vice Chair of House Healthcare, was elected to decide the correct surgical technique in an operating room. Courts determine constitutionality, and we should let them do that here. Our role is to reflect the will of our voters, as they will soon remind us. And what I've learned is that the legality of masked federal enforcement actions is currently being disputed and is yet unresolved. It is up for debate. My constituents would like to weigh in. I want to ask something much more human. If masked, unidentified, armed men entered your neighborhood tonight forcefully entered homes, detained people, and your local police had zero warning and no way to immediately verify who they were, would your first instinct be to say, well, it's constitutional? Or would your first instinct be terror? Because that's what people in Winooski are experiencing all over in Vermont, actually, not just in Chittenden, but even on our farms. And I don't think that that's right. I don't think I have to tell you that, but if you can't say it, I will. That's why Winooski elected me. And I'll tell you what, local law enforcement officers are experiencing this too. I've been talking with them since last summer when detentions were quietly happening in Essex, South Burlington, and Burlington. And I have yet to speak with local Vermont law enforcement officer who thinks that unidentified masked federal agents operating without coordination strengthens our public safety in Vermont. I've asked him, and what I hear instead is frustration, stress, and fear of confusion leading to the next national tragedy. Our local officers are being put in impossible situations right now. They're trying to decide in real time whether they're dealing with actual federal agents or impersonators. There's no coordination and no heads up, and there's no data sharing to confirm anything afterward. That's dangerous for the public because anyone can mask up and pretend to be a federal agent. It's dangerous for law enforcement. If they are not to impede federal operations, they need to know that they're doing the correct thing. They do not need to lose public trust right now. So I'm giving you the chance to protect your community and protect your officers by reinforcing the most basic principle of public safety, accountability. I don't think that that's a partisan issue. This transcends party. And I've thought a lot about it over the weekend, and I feel like this vote is really about freedom because it's about trust, and it's about whether Vermonters can identify the people that get to exercise total authority over them. Authority even over your local law enforcement officers. So this is about whether we vote to allow anonymity to erode the relationship between Vermont communities and law enforcement. This is one of the moments that you're going to be called to reflect upon often. And I know I sound dramatic, but I really feel like this is a rare moment in our country when people are really watching to see how we react. Division's growing, and people are watching to see whether we're going to ask for basic accountability and public safety because we actually value that here in our brave little state. Even when we disagree here in Vermont, we still cherish community, and we still know people should feel safe in their homes. But remember that public trust in us as change makers, people in power, matters immensely to the functioning of this government. Every single one of us sits in this chamber because our neighbors, including law enforcement officers, elected us. They trusted us. So to wrap up, when your constituents, including your police officers, go home tonight and they read about your vote, do they want to see that you prevented masked, armed, unidentified people from forcefully entering homes in their communities? I think they do.
Member from Essex Junction.
Madam Speaker, we were able to listen to the sponsor of the amendment and hear their reasoning for why it should move forward, and we really appreciate the concerns that they brought up. Your House Judiciary reviewed the amendment and found it unfavorable on a vote of 8-1. While the language of the amendment mirrors language in previous versions of S-208 that House Judiciary previously considered, the majority of the committee agreed that the reintroduced language remains likely to be found unconstitutional and could therefore jeopardize not only the integrity of the bill, but risk the bill crossing the finish line in establishing a model policy for masking and identification for state and local law enforcement in Vermont. For these reasons, we ask the body to vote no on this amendment.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport, member from from Montpelier?
Madam Speaker, first I want to thank the members of the Judiciary Committee for their hard work on this bill. I really mean that. They took seriously the constitutional questions raised by the recent California decision, and they tried to anticipate any legal challenges. I respect that work. But Vermont has never required absolute certainty from our courts before acting on questions of civil liberties, accountability, and public trust. If this body had waited for every constitutional question to be fully settled before acting, we never would have led on civil unions. We never would have led on death with dignity. Almost every consequential thing this body is remembered for faced legal uncertainty when we passed it. We acted because we believed something was right, and this moment calls for that same courage. Vermonters are deeply disturbed by what they're seeing across this country. They've watched masked agents detain people without visible identification and operate in ways that erode public trust in law enforcement itself. And yes, we've even seen instances here in Vermont that alarmed our constituents as well. Public authority in a democracy should never be anonymous. We are a separate branch of government. Our responsibility is to craft legislation that reflects our values. We cannot call ourselves a brave little state while retreating from difficult issues because litigation may follow. And I worry this debate has drifted far from the original purpose of this legislation. The original intent was to address anonymous federal enforcement activity and federal overreach, and we need to do that today. Other states are not retreating. There are only 3 states in the Second Circuit: Connecticut, New York, and Vermont. Connecticut has already acted. The ink is barely dry on that legislation. New York is moving towards that direction as well. And if Vermont backs out now, we will be the outlier. Connecticut Attorney General William Tong said after the passage of the law, this law may be challenged, and when it is, if it is, I will be waiting, and Connecticut will win. Governor of California, when threatened, said, I don't take well to threats. We're going to pass what we think is important to protect New Yorkers. That's leadership. That's leadership we should emulate. And if this issue is challenged in the circuit court, and I suspect it will be, Vermont should stand with the states defending transparency, accountability, and public trust. We were sent here to lead. So today, I urge the members of this body, support the amendment, put federal agents back into this bill, and let Vermont stand for the principle that public authority in a democracy should never be anonymous. Because if we remove the federal provisions now out of fear of what may happen in court someday, then we are surrendering this fight before it even begins. The storm's coming, Madam Speaker. We've done good work, but we have miles to go, and Vermont has never been at its best when it waits for permission to lead. We were sent here to fight. We should do it.
Member from Bridport.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I co-sponsored this amendment because I believe this body still has an opportunity to affirm a pretty simple democratic principle. People exercising law enforcement power in our community should not do so anonymously. I have to say I rise today with disappointment, not anger at my colleagues, not a belief that people have acted in bad faith. I know members of this body have wrestled sincerely with difficult constitutional questions and have tried to navigate complicated legal terrain responsibly. I respect that deeply. But after meeting with lawyers both here in Vermont and across the country, reviewing additional legal analysis and reflecting on what this bill is fundamentally about, I have come to believe that removing federal officers from this legislation was the wrong decision for Vermont. This bill is not about politics or whether one supports or opposes law enforcement. It is about whether we still believe that government power in a democracy must remain visible, identifiable, and accountable to the public. When someone has the authority to stop you, detain you, search you, use force against you, separate your family, or deprive you of your liberty, the public has a right to know that power is being exercised openly and not from behind anonymity. That should not be controversial in a free society. This amendment does not prevent law enforcement from doing their jobs. Officers can still investigate crimes, execute warrants, make arrests, and protect public safety. The question before us is whether armed agents of the government should be permitted to conceal their identities from the public while exercising extraordinary power in our communities. And Madam Speaker, I think we should be honest about why this moment feels so important to many Vermonters. Across this country, people are witnessing increasingly aggressive enforcement actions carried out by unidentified officers behind masks, tactical gear, and concealed faces. Families do not know who is stopping them. Witnesses do not know who used force. Community members cannot identify what agency has taken their loved one away. People are scared, and frankly, they have reason to be. Because if we witnessed unidentified masked government agents detaining people in the streets in another country, many of us would immediately recognize it as authoritarianism. We would call it a warning sign of democratic erosion without hesitation. Why? Because deep down, people understand fundamentally that in a democracy, state power is supposed to remain accountable to the public. Democracy requires transparency. Public trust requires accountability, and accountability becomes impossible when officers are allowed to operate anonymously. When an officer cannot be identified, every mechanism of democratic oversight begins to collapse. And what troubles me most is at this exact moment, when communities across this country are pleading for transparency, accountability, and reassurance that democratic norms still matter, Vermont is considering stepping away from an opportunity to affirm those principles clearly and unapologetically. That is profoundly disappointing to me. Now, I also want to address the legal concerns that have been raised around this bill. There has been significant discussion about the recent Ninth Circuit ruling out of California, as though that case somehow settles this question once and for all. It does not. That ruling came from another federal circuit on the other side of the country. It is not binding on Vermont courts. It was not a final ruling on the merits, and importantly, it applied a legal framework that the Second Circuit, the circuit Vermont belongs to, has not adopted. Legal scholars disagree on these questions. Federal courts disagree on these questions. There is no settled national consensus here, and I believe Vermonters are worth the fight. There's also another critically important fact. There is currently no federal law, policy, or directive requiring officers to wear masks. Vermont is not attempting to prevent law enforcement from carrying out legitimate operations. Vermont is simply saying that when government agents exercise their power over the public, they should not do so anonymously, except in narrow and legitimate circumstances. That is basic democratic accountability, and I worry deeply about the precedent we set if we begin retreating from fundamental democratic principles simply because litigation is possible. Every major civil rights advancement in this country faced legal challenges. If lawmakers had always waited for absolute legal certainty before acting, many of the rights and protections we now take for granted would never have existed. Our responsibility here is not simply to predict what future courts may or may not do. Our responsibility is to lead with moral clarity, to defend democratic values, and to protect public trust even when it's hard. Vermonters are watching closely right now. They are watching fear spread through immigrant communities and communities of color. They are watching anonymous enforcement actions across this country, and they are watching us. wondering whether transparency, accountability, and democratic norms still matter enough for us to stand up and defend them. I believe they do, and I believe history will judge how willing we were to defend those principles when they became uncomfortable or politically difficult. I brought this amendment because I do not believe anyone exercising law enforcement power in our communities should do so anonymously. Not state officers, not local officers, and not federal officers. I urge the body to join us and support the amendment.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport, member from Norwich?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to first thank the Committee on Judiciary and the sponsors of the bill because I know how deeply and sincerely they have worked to protect the rights of our fellow Vermonters. I grew up in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and that experience shapes how I see this bill and the current moment. My family knew people who were taken from public places by unidentified men and never seen again. We knew journalists who disappeared after criticizing the government. A dear friend of my mother packed her children into metal trunks and put them on a truck over the Salang Pass to get them to safety. And in a place captured by fear, I learned something dangerous. I learned that when power is anonymous, the line between law enforcement, political intimidation, and vigilantism can become very, very thin. When you grow up in other places, you also learn your own country differently. What I came to understand was that one of the greatest privileges of being an American citizen was freedom from fear. It was the belief that government power should not hide its face. It was the belief that due process matters and that criticism of public officials is not treason. It's the belief that people can disagree openly without fear of retaliation. And as one of my family members, a former state trooper and a prosecutor, told me this weekend, professional law enforcement depends on public trust and disciplined standards within its own ranks. Public trust is not a barrier to effective law enforcement at any level. It is part of what makes legitimate law enforcement possible. And that is the tradition this bill is trying to protect. We are trying to balance our state's imperative to protect our people without interfering with the legitimate execution of federal objectives. Vermont has faced this moment before. And I'm going to steal a lesson or a role from one of my colleagues who likes to give history lessons on the floor. In 1850, Congress passed the Fugitive Slave Act. That law required the return of escaped enslaved people and authorized federal officials to compel assistance from citizens. Vermonters were told that if federal officers came into our communities, our role was simply to comply. And at that time, Vermont did not say, the constitutional questions are unsettled, so we should do nothing. Instead, this state passed personal liberty laws because it knows that there is no freedom without unity behind human dignity. Our predecessors in these seats, right here in this House, strengthened habeas corpus protections and required accountability and process because Vermonters understood that when we protect human dignity, civil liberties, and due process for some people, we are strengthening those protections for all of us. Opponents argued at the time that Vermont was entering uncertain constitutional territory, and they were partly right. The legality was contested. The line between state authority and federal power was not fully clear. But Vermont chose to act not out of lawlessness, but out of constitutional conscience. And this bill amendment stands in that same American tradition. It does not prohibit lawful federal enforcement. It does not prevent tactical operations, undercover work, or officer safety protections. In fact, the bill contains broad operational exceptions precisely because our drafters took those concerns so seriously. What this bill does say is simple. When armed agents of the government interact directly with the public should know who they are. And this debate is not occurring in a vacuum. In recent days, at the national level, journalists and public figures have spoken openly over their concerns about retaliation for news reporting or speaking on matters of public concerns. Whether one agrees with those concerns or not, this is precisely when constitutional guardrails matter most, because anonymity combined with state power carries profound risk. The Vermonters who resisted the Fugitive Slave Act were not protecting only escaped slaves. They were defending the principle that government power must remain accountable to the public and constrained by law, and that principle still matters. Even when constitutional boundaries are not perfectly settled, there are moments when states are called to lead carefully, thoughtfully, and courageously. I believe this is one of those moments, and I will be voting yes.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport, member from Berry City?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I unfortunately believe today that we are at the tip of the iceberg. This is not just a question of masked federal agents in our communities abducting children, murdering American citizens, orphaning children, and doing all of that while hiding behind a mask. What we are faced with today is a hostile federal government led by a president of the United States who, in his first and now second term, has expressed and shown blatant disregard for the rule of law and for the weaponization of the federal government, as the member just pointed out, against the freedom of the press, against our immigrant communities, against women, against LGBTQIA individuals. And he has done so for political gain, to exercise his power, and simply because he decides he does not like them. He's doing this through weaponizing the IRS, the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security.
Member from West Rutland, what is your point of order?
I believe that the member is off topic from what we're talking about, and mainly talking about the administration in Washington.
Will the House please stand in recess? Can I see the members at the podium, please? Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Member from West Rutland, I find your point of order not well taken. Federal authority is relevant to the question at hand. Member from Berry City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the IRS to the Department of Justice to the Department of Homeland Security, and specifically through Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the federal government is using its great power to engage in Gestapo tactics, murdering American citizens, kidnapping children, and doing all of this through total anonymity. For a long time, this was a theoretical exercise here in Vermont. What if this happens here? But over the past year, this has become all too real in Vermont, as we've already heard examples of today. On the constitutionality questions, let's remember that we have three co-equal branches of government. As the General Assembly and as specifically the House of Representatives, it is our prerogative to advance bills that our constituents are asking for and that we think benefit the broad population of our citizens. It is the court's prerogative to interpret the Constitution. Bans on interracial marriage, restrictions on reproductive justice, and even slavery, as we just heard about, were once considered to be constitutional until individuals, until state legislatures, and until communities stood up for what they thought is right. They pushed the envelope. They had the courage to do what was the right thing, and they changed this country for the better. Let's do the same here today. Let's unmask ICE. Let's not allow a radical Supreme Court and a radical federal administration to take away our fight. Let's take a stand and meet the moment. Let's vote yes on this amendment, and let's not get bogged down in procedure as we are so often want to do, but because it's once again time to push that envelope and to do what is right. When we talk about uncertain constitutionality, I think we could be here for the rest of the summer talking about actions over the past 10 years that have had questionable constitutionality. Let's accept that we are living in uncertain times. Let's accept that the Constitution is a living, breathing document that must be changed and that must be challenged as the country changes and as the country is challenged. Vote yes today and get caught fighting for our immigrant neighbors. This is one of the many times that we will be asked to take a stand, and it's vital that we show to our communities when we go home and say we're doing everything we can to help you, we're doing everything we can to protect you. Let's vote today and mean that promise. And that's what I'm going to take back to Barrie City, and that's what I ask you all to do today. Thank you.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport, member from Newberry?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hearing the dangers of anonymity and importance of transparency, I would request that we take the vote by roll, please.
The member from Newberry requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll. Is the member sustained? The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. Member from Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this amendment. My constituents ask me why would Vermont not take every reasonable action we can to prohibit secret police in our state. They want to know why California, Washington State, New Jersey, and more recently Connecticut adopted a law to require federal, state, and local law enforcement to be unmasked and to have visible identification. Clear and visible identification for law enforcement is not a cosmetic detail. It is a cornerstone of democratic policing. Even New York is on the brink of enacting this policy. Yes, we have heard about the Ninth Circuit Court, but it is not unheard of for circuit courts to disagree. One lower court only means so much. In House Judiciary, we heard from two legal experts in our committee, and they disagreed. Even the expert who disagreed that we could pass this law and that it would be found unconstitutional made clear he could not be sure. We can have all the experts we want in, and they will differ on what the court should say. But that's the point. The U.S. Supreme Court has not yet said. They and other lawyers I've talked to were clear that the issue is unsettled. It's not clearly unconstitutional. Madam Speaker, may I read from the April 20th, 2026 State Court Report article, Can States Ban Federal Officers from Wearing Masks?
You may.
Thank you. The District Court for the Central District of California, the only court to consider this issue so far, has rejected the government's contention that the ban amounts to regulation. The court found California's mask ban to be analogous to traffic laws that, in a similar sense, dictate how a federal officer may operate a vehicle on state roads, but are nonetheless enforceable against federal officers. The court made this determination because it found the DOJ had not shown that its current practices with respect to masking and identification are essential to federal law enforcement operations. The federal government, the court concluded, had not yet adequately explained how discretionary masking and identification policies are essential to the operations or safety of federal law enforcement. The court disagreed that masks were required for safety reasons. The security concern raised by the government exists for federal law enforcement officers with and without masks, the court said. Indeed, the presence of masked and unidentifiable individuals, including law enforcement, is more likely to heighten the sense of insecurity for all. And the court noted that the alleged harms are the result of criminal behavior. The state's mask ban does not facilitate or enable criminals to harm law enforcement officers, and doxing and assault will continue to be illegal even if the ban is in place. Other courts may come to the same conclusion. There's no evidence that masking reduces the likelihood of assault, nor does it appear that ICE officials today face an increased risk of assault in past years. In fact, according to the Cato Institute, 2025 is the second safest year for Border Patrol and ICE agents based on the available data, safer than any year since 2015. Moreover, the government has not offered any public data on the extent to which ICE agents are in fact being subjected to doxing and whether masking reduces the risk. But the California court noted the historical tradition of law enforcement officers not masking their identities and the current practice of some federal officers who choose to expose their identity alongside colleagues with masks undermine the DOJ's argument that masking was necessary for this reason. This point echoes what constitutional scholar Erwin Chemerinsky pointed out in his defense of California's mask ban. Quote, ICE agents have never before worn masks when apprehending people, and that has never posed a problem, nor have other officers of local, state, and federal law enforcement face dangers from public because they don't wear masks in the streets. Similarly, not masking does not prohibit ICE from doing any aspect of their jobs. It just prohibits them from concealing their identities while they do it. There's no obvious right legal answer to this question. The case law is murky. A lot of the relevant precedents are decades or even centuries old, and this scenario raises new and novel legal considerations. The Federal District Court in California issued its preliminary ruling, but that ruling is not binding on other federal district courts. In other words, the doctrine is still unsettled and is likely to arise again in trial courts, appellate courts, and eventually the Supreme Court. But for now, mask bans stand a fighting chance against supremacy clause and intergovernmental immunity challenges. Madam Speaker, I am not willing to look my constituents in the eye and tell them that I did nothing to protect them from ICE, that I rolled over prematurely. This amendment is not anti-law enforcement. It's anti-secret police, and I urge you to join me in voting yes.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, I was one of the lead sponsors of the House bill, which is mirrored in 208, which included a prohibition on federal law enforcement being masked and unidentified when they conduct law enforcement activities. The reasons for that were simple. Abduction of Vermont citizens by masked, unidentified, armed people is simply inconsistent with a free society. Then the Ninth Circuit Court issued its ruling, and I thought, well, we're going to have to find another way to protect Vermonters. The chair of your House Judiciary Committee, the member from Brattleboro, and an outside constitutional expert all reviewed the Ninth Circuit's opinion and found it to be sound legal reasoning, unlikely to be overturned. Then there were the issues of procedurally. If we add masking back, there is no guarantee that the Senate will take it up or will pass it. If they do, there's no guarantee the governor will allow it to become law. If he does, our Second Circuit could well strike it down. And if they don't, the Supreme Court could well strike it down. And for a moment, I was swayed by all of those possibilities. But they are just possibilities. And on the other side of the balance, yes, the bill might flounder somewhere between here and becoming law. Yes, it may get struck down by one of the courts, but those are just possibilities. On the other side, when I look deep in my heart, there is a moral imperative to protect Vermonters from abduction by masked, unidentified, armed people. And therefore, I will be voting yes to support this amendment, and I urge my fellow members to join me in doing so.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport? Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to make a brief comment because I think the points on substantive law and why we should do this have been made. I just want to go back or ask all members to go back to that time, not all that long ago, when we first saw pictures of masked federal officers. Obviously, there were probably a lot of reactions, but I think there was a strong, overwhelming reaction. For me, anyway, it was a gut punch. Those first pictures. Anything that came before and anything that came after, to me, was never as strong as that gut punch of seeing federal officers in masks. Even our governor spoke in strong words about that moment in time. And Madam Speaker, I think people should reflect on why they felt that way and why that would not lead them to say, we need to do this today. Thank you.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport, member from South Burlington?
Madam Speaker, I am voting no on this amendment because I do not believe that two wrongs make a right. I do not believe that if one branch of government ignores a part of the Constitution, that the right response is to do the same in another direction. I believe that we stand up for the Constitution and that decision-making process that protects our rights.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, something you don't know about me is that I have spent 4 years trying to track when and how we use this fear of litigation to guide our decisions in this room. And I don't have an answer. I haven't been able to figure out what that pattern is. I can say I've never quite understood why we let fear of litigation dictate our approach in this room to values-based legislation. Because that's pretty much how this is supposed to work, as has been mentioned. Legislatures pass laws grounded in public values, and constitutional interpretation then evolves through challenge, review, and clarification over time. If previous legislatures had waited for guaranteed judicial certainty before acting, many of the protections, as have been mentioned, we now take for granted would never have existed. Environmental protections face litigation. Labor protections continue to face litigation. Public transparency laws face litigation. Disability rights legislation has faced litigation. And as I was putting together these examples, this next one kind of initiated this weird flashback that I'll talk about here in a second. One of the clearest examples of this Legislation that then faced litigation is California's emission standards. For years, California moved forward with stronger environmental standards despite repeated lawsuits, federal pushback, and claims that the state was overstepping its authority. They acted because they believed protecting public health and the environment reflected the values of their state, their people, their constituents. Eventually, many of those standards not only survived, but then influenced national policy. Here's the flashback. Bear with me. I can remember I'm of that age when I stayed home as a kid from school. It was pre-streaming, it was pre-cable TV, so I was stuck watching daytime television, and that included The Price is Right. There's probably some members in the room that shared those sorts of experiences with me. And I can remember at least one time per show, the announcer would come on and the curtain would open and you've got a brand new car and they would describe the car with its AM, FM radio and its California emissions. And I can remember, this is a true memory, I remember asking my dad, what is California emissions? And he had to explain to me that California is creating standards that are above and beyond what is the national norm. I don't remember how he explained it to me, but that's what it was. That was California living its values. That is how democratic systems evolve. That is how our system, Vermont system, should evolve. And here, this question is really, really simple. If someone is exercising government authority over members of the public, particularly in moments involving detention, arrest, use of force, the public has a legitimate interest in knowing who that person is. And that principle should not disappear because the patch on the sleeve is a federal patch instead of a state patch. And I am thankful for the member who called for this roll call because the roll call removes our masks of anonymity when we make these votes. And I will urge this body to know that Vermonters are watching us without our masks as we take this vote. And I would ask this body to think about truly and sincerely, what do your constituents want you to vote right now on whether or not federal authority should be masked when they're doing these arrests? I understand that there may be litigation. There is litigation around all sorts of legislation passed in this chamber and in state houses across the country. But if fear of litigation becomes the standard, and that's what we're setting here, we're setting precedent by which we determine whether or not we legislate our values and the values of our constituents, then we are no longer legislating. We are simply trying to avoid controversy. And I think Vermont should and can do much better than that. So I will urge the body to join me in voting yes for this amendment.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport, member from Burlington?
Madam Speaker, the United States of America is a nation of immigrants, and we extend civil rights and due process to every person residing in our country. Our nation also began as a result of, and our Constitution is framed with, the right to vigorous civil disobedience in the face of state injustice. I represent a district that has one of the highest concentrations of immigrants in Vermont, as well as one of the highest concentrations of activists. My constituents are scared. My neighbors, people who live in the same building as me, are scared. And we've prepared plans for how to care for them in the event that they are unjustly arrested by ICE. And my constituents are angry, and they want us to do something about the violation of our civil rights and due process in our state. On their behalf, I'll be voting yes on this amendment to S208. Along with some of my colleagues, I was also present as an observer and advocate on Dorset Street during the recent ICE enforcement action against Vermonters. I stood several feet away watching as and being knocked down by unidentifiable state law enforcement violently clearing a path for masked and unidentifiable federal law enforcement, who then went on to arrest 3 Vermont residents for which no warrant had been issued. I then watched as unidentified federal and state law enforcement escalated violence against Vermonters who were protesting ICE's action when those present exercising their constitutionally protected speech and nearly entirely peacefully engaged in civil disobedience despite the violence of law enforcement. I have read endless analysis on the decision in California, and it seems that this amendment and once the bill is amended with this language, it seems to address the concerns that were raised in the California decision and is consistent with actions being taken in nearby legislatures. And I strongly believe that there are other state interests and other constitutional rights that we need to let the courts try to address. For example, every single person residing in the United States has a constitutional interest in knowing who is exercising government authority over them. Unidentified agents make it impossible to file grievances, assert rights, or seek accountability. States have a legitimate interest in protecting residents from what amounts to anonymous state violence, whether it is federal, state, municipal, or county law enforcement. Accountability is also a compelling state interest. Courts have long recognized government transparency and accountability as compelling interests. Requiring visible identification is a narrow, minimally intrusive means of achieving that interest, and so long as it applies to all law enforcement, we aren't substantively, preventing the federal government from operating. For these reasons, and again, in support of my constituents, I urge the body to vote yes.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport? Member from Stowe?
Madam Speaker, I've advocated and fought for democracy and freedom versus autocracy and tyranny. And it's possibly just fortuitous or even possibly providential. But today I found that I was joined by what I consider my moral, intellectual North Star, the representative member from Northfield, in the body today after significant absence. And I want to remark how critical that member's been to me with her deep thought, understanding, and courage. And I also want to point out the member from Montpelier, the member from Winooski, the member from Norwich, who spoke very powerfully about where their values came from. So with regard from the member from Burlington who was talking about something, I do remember Mayberry and Andy Taylor and Barney Fife, and they never wore masks. It was always the bad guys. So I don't mean to make light over an incredibly serious subject, but I will be voting yes and support this amendment, and I will be voting yes to support the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Milton?
I've been listening to all the reps today, and I understand all your concerns. My concern is confusing our fellow Vermonters and causing more of a problem in hate and discontent among the people. I'm making a statement. I do not think Vermont, we can enforce it. I thought it was a federal regulation, and my concern is it's going to cause so many problems because people watching this, like a fellow rep said, Vermonters are watching, they're going to be confused and think if this passes, then we can enforce it, which I do not think we can enforce federal. So I just hate to cause more hate in Vermont. We need to all start getting along.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport, member from St. Johnsbury?
Madam Speaker, I came to the floor today prepared to vote no on this amendment. But just to show that debate on the floor of the House is not always performative, I've changed my mind. I was persuaded earlier that this amendment is likely unconstitutional in that it violates the supremacy clause of the Constitution. Federal government follows its rules, not in deference to state rules. And I am, as most members know, I typically follow rules. Anybody who drives behind me on Route 2 between here and St. Johnsbury knows that I'm usually driving the speed limit and getting a pile of cars behind me. But in this case, it seems obvious, I think, to all of us that the actions of federal agents when they're masking and not wearing uniforms or identification is not constitutional. And I think that it is worth sending that message to whoever is listening out there that the Vermont House does not allow that, does not agree with that, and will not stand for that. So I will be voting yes on this amendment.
Are you ready for the question? Member from South Burlington.
Madam Speaker, just like to clarify a couple things first, and then want to talk a little bit about my reasoning for urging the body to vote no on this amendment. First of all, one of the members from Burlington happens to be on Judiciary Committee, quoted from a district court opinion in depth. That district court opinion was overruled by the Ninth Circuit. That reasoning of the district court was rejected by a higher court, which frankly I think had much better reasoning, as confirmed by some of the legal experts I talked to, including legislative counsel, Attorney General, Civil Rights Division attorney, and a constitutional scholar who has been practicing law in this realm for 45 years and has been a president of a number of law schools, currently a professor at the Vermont Law and Graduate School, who said that this is going to be found unconstitutional. So I happen to agree, though, that the federal law enforcement should face restrictions on when they can conceal their identities. But I believe that no state, including Vermont, can impose such restrictions on the federal government consistent with the Constitution. And we do have an obligation to uphold the Vermont and the U.S. Constitution. A year ago, this past January, we all swore or affirmed that we would support the Constitution of the United States. I take that seriously, and there's different opinions on what that entails. What I think that entails is looking at the bills that we pass, particularly in the Judiciary Committee, because this is an area of our expertise and jurisdiction, is we look at bills and determine if they're constitutional, if we think they're constitutional, if we think the court is going to find, because it's true, ultimately the court, the U.S. Supreme Court, ultimately has the final word on what is constitutional or not. But that doesn't mean that we go forward when we believe that the arguments are very much against us and that we only have weak arguments. Anyway, under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution, states generally may not regulate the federal government's operations. This doctrine is known as intergovernmental immunity. It prevents the federal government and the states from intruding on each other's authority. In my view, this amendment to S-208 would violate intergovernmental immunity. The provisions in the amendment would override the federal government's authority, whether we agree with it or not, to determine whether, how, and when to publicly identify its officers or to allow them to wear a mask. By doing so, the amendment would regulate the manner and conditions under which federal agents can enforce federal law. S208 would directly regulate the performance of actions carried out by federal officials in their official capacities. Put simply, the amendment tells federal employees what they can and cannot do while on the job. And as such, it would run afoul of intergovernmental immunity. It would almost certainly be deemed unconstitutional once it was inevitably challenged in court. Now, it is true that states can have general rules that apply to everyone, including federal officials. For example, traffic laws apply to everyone, including federal officials. Rules such as traffic laws may indirectly regulate federal officials so long as they are not overly burdensome. But S208 does not regulate conduct that any Vermonter could perform, so it does not indirectly regulate federal officials. It is directed at the conduct of law enforcement exercising their authority, whether we agree with that authority or not. The amendment would therefore directly regulate how federal law enforcement conduct their operations. A mask ban and ID requirement regulates federal law enforcement officers only in their capacity as federal law enforcement officers, only when performing their federal law enforcement functions. It doesn't impact anyone else. It does not impact private citizens. Again, it is not an indirect regulation like a traffic law that could be potentially found constitutional. So if this body were to proceed with this amendment, making federal officials subject to the masking and identification standards, the law's constitutionality would surely be challenged in court. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, as others have mentioned, recently held that a similar bill in California violates intergovernmental immunity. While this is not the circuit overseeing Vermont, our Second Circuit Court of Appeals would likely find it very persuasive. The experts, most of the experts I've talked to outside of advocates have agreed. So, Madam Speaker, may I quote from the Ninth Circuit's opinion in U.S. v. California?
You may.
The Supremacy Clause prohibits states from enacting a law that directly regulates federal operations, even if the law regulates state operations in the same manner. If a state law directly regulates the conduct of the United States, it is void irrespective of whether the regulated activities are essential to federal functions or operations, and irrespective of the degree to which the state law interferes with federal functions or operations. That's the end of the quote. So House Judiciary and this body must often pass on whether we think courts would find a bill to be constitutional. In those circumstances, we judge how strong the arguments are that would be advanced in court. And I have on numerous occasions stood here and asserted that we should proceed with passage of a bill because in my best judgment, as informed by legislative counsel and other witnesses, the bill would likely be found to be constitutional. It is not a fear of litigation. It is understanding what the Constitution is likely to require. I cannot say that regarding this amendment to S208, I understand why many of you are vigorously in favor of this amendment. I too have heard from my constituents that this issue matters to them, and I agree that those exercising police power in our state should not be able to do so anonymously. But if we kept federal agents in S208, in my judgment, as informed by legislative counsel and constitutional law experts, the law would be found to be unconstitutional. Our arguments are weak. The constitutionality of S208 is not uncertain. And we should save Vermont's litigation resources for laws that have a better chance at being upheld. I've also heard a lot about how we are concerned with the administration not following the rule of law. I urge that we don't do the same, that we should be following the rule of law. We should be following what the Constitution requires. And I ask the body to vote no.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Morristown.
Madam Speaker, I was almost not going to say anything. I was trying really hard. I don't think we are restricting federal agents with this amendment. We are liberating them. The only way to break down barriers is to see the face of the person you're engaging with, to be able to know who is approaching you. We have heard how this pertains to immigrants. However, I'm a survivor of many things. Vulnerability moment here again. I don't know how many other people in this body have been abducted and held against their will. That is a very unpleasant experience. And I would hope that federal agents would not want to be considered the same as my perpetrators. Do your job, operate under the rule of law with transparency and accountability and dignity. Take pride in your work. That is what we should be advocating for. That is what should be constitutional. That is what should be moral. And we come here and we advocate for constitutional amendments. And my colleagues have already said the history of where we've come from and how we've gotten here. The history of people in power abusing that power, wearing masks and abusing that power to cause harm, detriment, and fear. It's unnecessary. If you are operating under order of authority, then do so with integrity, dignity, and no anonymity. This is so not about whether or not we support law enforcement or not. It is about transparency, and it is about humanity as we engage with each other and as people come in. The Caesar of the Border Patrol was just here last month. I don't know what that conversation looked like, but this moment right now tells me that there are other conversations that are happening in this state that I am not privy to, that other people in this body are not privy to. So what we need to do is do what's within our power and our control, and that is pass this amendment to leverage the protections of Vermonters, because we have already seen that it is not only immigrants who are being taken off the streets. I hope the body will vote yes for this amendment and also pass the legislation.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Starksboro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say that I appreciate the remarks from the member from South Burlington. The chair and their committee is a group of folks that I respect, and that respect has been earned. And when they comment about the legal analysis, constitutional analysis, I have no reason to, I have no basis, and simply I respect, that. I'm thinking, though, that in past lives, I was an attorney. And I'm thinking we're coming up on the 250th anniversary of our republic. And I'm thinking back to those times. And if we simply followed the law at that point, we would not be where we are today. So I think there are some times when you need to distinguish some of the legal analysis to what's going on. And I see a counter-revolutionary effort. And I think we need to do all we can to resist that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Winooski.
Madam Speaker, supporting this amendment is entirely consistent with the values reflected in the prior work of this body and in our communities across the state. Accountability, transparency, civil liberties, and community trust. I urge the body to vote yes.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, I beg the body's indulgence for rising a second time on this issue. I simply want to point out clearly and for the record that this amendment has not been found unconstitutional. This bill has not been found unconstitutional. At the beginning of the session, when we started working on this, it was clear that a bill like this might get challenged in court and it might get struck down. The Ninth Circuit's decision has not changed that. This might get challenged in court and it might get struck down. The constitutional arguments in favor of this amendment may not be strong, but they are not non-existent. And the moral arguments are rock solid. And history has taught us that preemptive capitulation is rarely successful.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Derby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Morals go both ways. And although I wish that what had happened in Minnesota hadn't happened, and it was a travesty, and I do agree there was some overhandedness in South Burlington. I have several friends that work in that community. They don't work for the Arrows. They would not have handled it in that matter. But I will say this, talking to one of the mothers, who's very common sense, known her for 20 years. And I said, "Where is your husband en masse?" And she turned to me and a tear ran down her cheek. And she said, "Do you have to go to your high school and ask them not to show your child's face and name at the same time?" We cannot have our children's face and name shown at the same time. For this, I'll vote no.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Thetford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need to compliment the member from South Burlington on his arguments on the legal reasons why we should vote no on this amendment. And his reasoning is pretty well established, well expressed, and on balance, I would have to agree with him. But I'd have to say, Madam Speaker, I'm going back quite a ways and roundabout to get to my answer, which was when we were rewriting Chapter 117, a number of and Title 24, a number of decades ago. We frequently found ourselves working with the city planner, town planner in Middlebury, who we found had frequently come right up and even exceeded what was allowed in statutes in order to make significant points about what's possible within planning and zoning. And we found in committee that he was absolutely correct. And so what we did was, in many cases, adapt his reasoning and arguments and add into the rewrite of Chapter 117 significant parts which are now law. That's a roundabout way, Madam Speaker, to get to my point, which is the notwithstanding excellent presentation from the member from South Burlington. What we're talking about on the floor here today is pushing the envelope. And I think it's our obligation in this circumstance, in this time and place, to push the envelope. It may very well that voting yes for this amendment will found what we do unconstitutional, but that does not mean we won't have significantly pushed the envelope in the direction it morally needs to go. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so for that reason, I'm going to be voting yes on the amendment. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Essex Junction.
Madam Speaker, I'm devastated by what is happening across the country and has happened here in Vermont. Vermonters deserve transparency and accountability from law enforcement, local, state, and federal. Vermonters also deserve to be free and safe in their communities. In this body, we have jurisdiction to enforce transparency and accountability on local and state officers. Over the 15 years I've worked as a public servant, I've worked closely with our local police in Essex. I respect them and the work they do, as I respect all officers in the state of Vermont. But we had Vermont officers wearing masks during the Dorset Street raid. We need to ensure we pass legislation that will survive the process that we have in this body and that we help Vermonters every day, not just when federal agents are in Vermont. Madam Speaker, this body has worked this year to pass legislation to protect our immigrant community from federal action, and I'm really proud of our work. I've heard from constituents to both pass and not pass this amendment. While this is a very hard vote for me, I am voting no, so that we can move to the House Judiciary Amendment and move legislation that will apply to our local and state officers and that has a chance of surviving the process. I'm also voting no to uphold the oath I took 10 years ago when I started serving my community in this body. I encourage everyone to vote no.
Are you ready for the question? If so, will the clerk please call the roll?
Arsenault Williston. Austin of Colchester.
2 minutes. Will the House please come to order? Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during the roll call. And when the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your votes. The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Judiciary be amended as offered by the member from Winooski and the member from Bridport? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Bailey of Hyde Park. Bartholomew of Heartland. Bartley of Fairfax. Rebecca of Winooski. Byrong of Regents. Bishop of Colchester. Black of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Boslin of Westminster. Bosch of Clarendon. Booten of Berry City. Boyden of Cambridge. Brady of Williston. Brannigan of Georgia. Brigham of St. Albans Town. Brown of Richmond. Burdett, West Rutland. Burke of Brattleboro. Burkhardt of South Burlington. Burrows of West Windsor. Burdick Cabot. Campbell, St. Johnsbury. Canfield, Fairhaven. Carstunken of Whitingham. Casey of Montpelier. Casey of Hubbardton. Chapin of East Montpelier. Charlton of Chester. Christie of Hartford. Chena of Burlington. Coffin of Cavendish. Cole of Hartford. Collin of Cornwall. Cooper of Pownell. Corcoran of Bennington. Critchlow of Colchester. DeMar of Venusburg. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Dobervich of Williamstown. Dodge of Essex. Dolan of Essex Junction. Dolgan of St. Johnsbury. Donahue of Northfield. Duke of Burlington. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Eastus of Guilford. Emmons of Springfield. Feltus of Linden. Galfetti, Barrytown. Garifano of Essex. Goldman of Rockingham. Goodenough, Brattleboro. Ghostland of Northfield. Granting of Jericho. Greer of Bennington. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hango of Berkshire. Harple of Glover. Harvey of Castleton. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Highland of Rutland Town. Hoyt of Hartford. Hunter of Manchester. James of Manchester. Kosenska of Burke. Keyser of Rutland City. Kimball of Woodstock. Klepner of Burlington. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow, South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. Lally of Shelburne. Lalone of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. Loresha of Franklin. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. Long of Milton. Leaders of Lincoln. Luno of St. Albans City. McGuire, Rutland City. Malaya, Pittsburgh. Marcotte of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. McCann, Montpelier. McCoy, Pulteney. McGill, Bridgeport. Mickless, Milton. Mahali, Callis. Minier, South Burlington. Morganella, Milton. Morgan-Emma, Milton. Morris, Springfield. Morrissey, Bennington. Morrow, Weston. Rowicki, Putney. Nelson of Derby. Nielsen of Brandon. Niagara, Bennington. North of Ferrisburg. Noyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie of Burlington. Oliver of Sheldon. Olson of Starksboro. Page of Newport City. Parsons of Newberry. Pezzo of Colchester. Pintonal of Dorset. Pouch of Heinsberg. Powers of Waterford. Priestley of Bradford. Pritchard of Pollitt. Quimby of Linden. Rachelson of Burlington. Sakowitz of Randolph. Shia Middlebury. Scully of Burlington. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Susie of Berry Town. Southworth of Walden. Squirrel of Underhill. Steady of Milton. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Sweeney of Shelburne. Taglavia, Corinth. Taylor of Mendon. Tomlinson, Winooski. Torrey of Moortown. Walker of Swanton. Watson, Zacharyberry City. Waters Evans of Charlotte. Wells of Brownington. White of Waitsfield. White of Bethel. Winter of Ludlow. Wood of Waterbury. Yakavoni of Morristown. Arsenault of Williston. Byrong of Virgins. Christie of Hartford. Howard of Rutland City. Keyser of Rutland City. McCann of Montpelier. Scully of Burlington. And Susie of Berrytown.
For purpose of explanation, member from Williston.
I voted yes for this amendment because I'm a citizen legislator, not a lawyer. I know that my beloved Minnesota has been terrorized and traumatized in ways I could never imagine in my lifetime and in my country. Thousands of Minnesotans literally put their lives on the line to defend their neighbors against masked federal agents who ripped people out of cars, dragged them out of homes, tore children away from parents, and disrupted schools to an extent that makes COVID closures seem minor. The very least I can do is vote my conscience in this unimaginable moment.
Member from St. Johnsbury.
Madam Speaker, anonymous, unaccountable, unconstitutional actions by government agents undermines the foundation of our society and America's experiment in democracy. In this 250th year of our Declaration of Independence, with its enumeration of government insults against the people, I cannot fail to object to the insults of the current administration. I vote yes.
Member from Jericho.
Madam Speaker, I voted no on this amendment to avoid a veto by the governor. Yesterday, he vetoed a much less consequential bill, stating that it was unconstitutional. Our constituents deserve the protections of the underlying bill.
Member from Starksboro.
Madam Speaker, I voted yes on the amendment, in the midst of counter-revolutionary efforts to undermine our democratic republic. Legal analysis must always be respected, but it is not always enough.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, until the Supreme Court of the United States makes a determination, the constitutionality of this bill is not decided. I voted yes, as this is a very reasonable step that Vermont could take. I stand with New Jersey, Washington, Connecticut, and soon New York to protect our citizens.
Member from Middlebury.
Madam Speaker, like many of us here today, I am furious with the behavior of ICE and their disregard for human life and dignity, as well as their cowardice in hiding behind masks. However, I took an oath to uphold the Vermont and U.S. constitutions, and as of today, the Ninth Circuit Court has ruled this proposed amendment unconstitutional. The House Judiciary Committee's amendment will preserve the core purpose of the bill while adapting it in response to our evolving legal landscape to be sure it can be implemented. It will improve transparency for Vermonters interacting with their state and local police. I would rather have this bill as it came from House Judiciary than no bill at all.
Member from Colchester.
May I explain my vote?
You may.
If I thought for 1 second voting yes on this amendment would stop ICE from wearing masks if and when they come to Vermont, I would have voted yes. But voting yes will do absolutely nothing to stop ICE from wearing masks in Vermont. This administration acts with impunity regarding the Constitution, the rule of law, and our democracy, prioritizing executive powers over established legal norms and eroding checks and balances that are meant to safeguard individual rights and limit government authority. Wearing masks is the least of our worries.
Member from Westminster.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
What is happening all over the country with masked officers hauling men, women, and children, both citizens and non-citizens, documented and undocumented, into unmarked cars and off to uncertain futures, cannot continue. We need to make strong policies here in Vermont to protect Vermonters, to make clear our values, to make clear our intentions to stand up to authoritarianism. I thank my colleagues from all parties who supported this amendment. It gives me hope that one day we will make change together.
Member from Barrytown.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
I voted yes on this amendment because without it, we are simply targeting Vermont law enforcement for the actions of the federal government. Now that this amendment has failed, I urge you to vote no on the underlying bill and support our local police.
Please listen to the result of your vote. Those voting yes. Member from Milton.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
I hear the concerns on the masking, however, knowing we cannot enforce what federal agents do, my concern is for my state and local law enforcement officers. Our officers receive intense training on how to protect and serve us. I have complete trust in my own Milton officers and how they serve the Milton community with the utmost integrity, and I am here for them too.
Members, please listen to the results of your votes. Those voting yes, 65. Those voting no, 77. The nays have it, and you have declined to amend the report of the Committee on Judiciary. So now the question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? Are you ready for the question? Member from Essex Junction.
Yes, Madam Speaker. It's just been a little bit since I shared about this original judiciary amendment of the bill. And so I just wanted to center us and share that this version that's coming you from House Judiciary addresses transparency, accountability, and public trust in law enforcement interactions, specifically requiring clarity around officer identification and the use of facial coverings during public encounters. And that your House Judiciary Committee passed it out favorably, and we ask you to vote yes.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Castleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start with a quote from John chapter 15, verse 13. That greater love has no
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Member from Burlington.
The member didn't ask you to read a quote. They just said they were going to read a quote. And my understanding is we have to ask permission.
Will the members please come up for a moment? The House will stand in recess. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Member from Burlington. I find your point of order not well taken. A member can attribute to the reference that they are reading from. Member from Castleton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, John chapter 15, verse 13, that greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Every single one of us is blessed beyond measure to live in the freest and most prosperous country in the history of the world. A huge reason we can all come to work each day and serve the people of Vermont is because there are other men and women protecting that freedom, both abroad and those that serve closer to home. I'm talking about the dads and moms, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters that serve in Vermont law enforcement. My colleague and friend, the member from Milton, puts it more eloquently than I ever could. The men and women who serve write a blank check each and every day, payable with their life. And Madam Speaker, that is not an abstraction. It's not a slogan. That is who these people are at their core. On December 17th, 2023, Vermont State Police Trooper Michelle Archer was on patrol near Cambridge when a 911 call came in. An 8-year-old girl had fallen through the ice on a frozen pond. Trooper Archer arrived in less than 5 minutes. She grabbed a throw rope, removed her duty belt, and jumped into near freezing water to swim to that little girl. This past March, the Carnegie Hero Fund Commission named her a Carnegie Hero, one of only 17 people in all of the United States and Canada that year to receive the medal. And Madam Speaker, in her own words, Trooper Archer said the biggest reward of all was simply this: the little girl survived and fully recovered. That is Vermont law enforcement. That same day in Cambridge, Trooper Archer was not alone. Trooper Keith Coate and 4 others were recognized for rescuing and providing life-saving support after 2 children fell into the frozen pond. Less than 2 weeks later, on December 30th, a sergeant and 7 other troopers brought home a man who had been missing for hours and exposed to severe Vermont winter. In April of last year, 3 more troopers pulled a man out of the middle of Holland Pond, clinging to an overturned canoe. In September, dispatcher Shania Corliss talked a mother through delivering her own baby feet first, over the phone. In July of last year, Sergeant Joshua McCullough, Trooper Richard Burlandy, and Trooper Jesse Nash apprehended a fugitive who was actively shooting at them. They received the Life-Saving Award and the Combat Cross. These are not headlines from faraway places, Madam Speaker. These are our neighbors. The Vermont State Police provides law enforcement to 200 towns in this state. Their dispatchers answer 89% of every 911 call made in Vermont. 332 sworn members, 64 dispatchers, and their civilian staff. That is who we're talking about today. And it is not just rescues. In Bennington County, United Counseling Services embeds crisis intervention specialists right inside the State Police Shaftesbury Barracks and the Bennington Police Department, so that when a Vermonter is having the worst day of their life, a trained mental health professional rolls up alongside the officer. That is not a department running from its community. That is a department running toward it. Madam Speaker, this brings me to S208. I want to begin with where this bill originated. It was born out of altercations America saw play across our television screens in Minneapolis. While I don't agree with the need, I do understand the underlying emotions that prompted it. What happened from the time of the introduction to today is the Ninth Circuit Appeals in California struck down a majority of the bill due to finding it unconstitutional. And now I'm proud to say that this body has done the same. When these updates were presented to House Judiciary, instead of relinquishing the bill altogether, the intent was turned from federal law enforcement to Vermont law enforcement. The committee vote on this bill was 6-5. 6-5. That tells you what we all know in our hearts. This is not a settled question and is not a small one. The men and women I just described, the trooper who jumps into a frozen pond, the dispatcher who delivers a baby over the phone, the officers being shot at while they're doing their jobs, these are professionals. They are trained. They have chiefs and sheriffs and a commissioner of public safety. They have standards. And those standards are set in the consultation with the communities they serve and the people who actually answer the call at 2 a.m. Madam Speaker, when we legislate from this floor about how an officer covers her face in 20 below weather in the Northeast Kingdom, or how a trooper protects her identity while working a sensitive investigation, we should ask ourselves whether we are solving a Vermont problem or whether we are importing one. I would respectfully suggest to the body that we are doing the latter. The men and women who write that blank check every single day deserve our trust, they deserve our support, and most importantly, they deserve our gratitude. They do not deserve a presumption that they need to be managed from Montpelier. Madam Speaker, I will be voting no on S208. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I ask every member of this chamber, regardless of how you vote today, to remember Trooper Archer in that frozen pond, and to remember that for every one of us in this room, there's a Vermonter in uniform who would do the very same thing. The members of Vermont law enforcement deserve to know who has their back, and for that reason, I ask that when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll. Thank you.
The member from Castleton requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by rolls. The member sustained. The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? Are you ready for the question? Member from Essex.
Madam Speaker, as an immigrant who has extensive experience with ICE, before it was ICE, and before I was a U.S. citizen, I have real fear and anxiety for me and my family under this federal administration, even as a U.S. citizen today. This is why I felt conflicted about supporting the amendment offered by your House Judiciary Committee. I came to the U.S. from Iran, where I lived under an authoritarian government, and I understand my colleagues' concerns about federal overreach. I also spent time in this country as an undocumented immigrant and have personally experienced the fear and anxiety that many members spoke about today. After a lot of consideration, I rise now to support the amendment offered by the House Judiciary Committee and sincerely appreciate their thoughtful work in responding to both the concerns raised by Vermonters and the evolving legal landscape surrounding this issue, and acknowledge their difficult work. At its core, this amendment maintains the bill's important goal of creating clear and consistent standards around officer identification and masking, while ensuring that we move forward in a way that is legally sound and implementable. The committee heard legitimate constitutional concerns, particularly following the recent federal appellate decision on similar efforts to regulate federal law enforcement. Rather than risk a lengthy litigation or jeopardize the entire bill, the committee appropriately narrowed its focus to state-regulated law enforcement, where Vermont clearly has authority to act. This amendment also takes a collaborative and practical approach by directing the Law Enforcement Advisory Board to develop a statewide model policy framework that addresses the officer identification and the use of facial coverings. I also want to note that our work in this chamber does not happen in a vacuum. It is unlikely that the Senate would support a bill that includes federal officials, and the governor will likely veto it if we can get it to his desk. I urge the members to think about what we would lose if we pass a bill that included federal officials. I believe this bill strikes an appropriate balance between public transparency, officer safety, local implementation, and constitutional responsibility, and I urge the body to support the amendment.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, as a family member to people who have put their life on the line, both in law enforcement and in service to our country, I would like to assure this body that, like this body, there is no monolith of thought or opinion amongst those entities. I would like to assure this body that there are members of law enforcement and our military who are appalled by what is happening in our country. And as my colleague from Westminster said earlier, that gives me great hope. Madam Speaker, I'd like to clarify a few points about government and law enforcement. We, in this body elected, are here to create the laws. The courts, as we've talked about today, will assess their constitutionality. Our valued and valiant and brave and fallible law enforcement, in fact, is managed by us and the laws that we create. And so I reject that a vote in support of this is a vote against law enforcement or any other servant of this country. And I suggest that we all just do our best, vote our conscience, and I will be voting yes.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, I echo the statement that a vote for yes is not a vote against individual police officers or law enforcement officers. I work beside them through traumatic incidents, and I have for over 2 decades. And many of the law enforcement officers I've worked with, I think, would agree with me that we want to protect the rights of people and we want to protect our free society, and that's what this is about. This is not about stopping an individual from wearing a scarf when it's cold out or wearing a mask during a pandemic, Madam Speaker. This is about preventing state actors from concealing their identity when committing state violence. This is a vote for government accountability, a free society, open democracy, and it's a vote in resistance of national fascism. I vote yes in support of our local law enforcement. Thank you.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? Member from Barrytown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I would like to respectfully disagree with some of the folks that are urging us to vote yes. And the reason for that is because the purpose of this bill, the genesis of this bill, the start of this bill was in reaction to what the federal government is doing. And with the failure of the amendment, I see no reason to not support and allow our local law enforcement to continue to do the work that they do respectfully and within line with Vermont values. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Putney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to share my support for this amendment. No one doubts the danger that law enforcement encounters in their work every day. No one doubts the many other professions that see danger every day. Healthcare workers are the most assaulted people in the workplace in our country. Some of them do wear masks at times, but not to hide their identity. And sometimes working with the same people who say, I'm going to find you and get you. Social workers are assaulted regularly. Not far up the road, a social worker was murdered because of her work. Social workers don't wear masks. Child protection workers don't wear masks. When I was part of the team doing a welfare check, and we looked into the window and saw a handgun on the table, we called for police. And that's a regular occurrence for police to escort us to do a welfare check. Police didn't wear masks, we didn't wear masks, even though we were threatened by the people in there. I always thought that the people wearing masks were not on the side of law and order until this current administration in Washington started putting these policies out. I still don't get why people need to wear masks. There's lots of other dangerous occupations that people don't wear masks or even think about it. And I'll be voting yes.
Are you ready for the question? If so, will the clerk please call the roll?
Arsenault of Williston.
2 minutes. Will the House please come to order? Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of an electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during a roll call. And when the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your votes. The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Austin of Colchester. Bailey of Hyde Park. Bartholomew of Heartland. Bartley of Fairfax. Rebecca of Winooski. Byron of Regents. Bishop of Colchester. Black of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Boslin of Westminster. Bosch of Clarendon. Bootenberry City. Boyden of Cambridge. Brady of Williston. Brannigan of Georgia. Brigham of St. Albans Town. Brown of Richmond. Burdett of West Rutland. Burke of Brattleboro. Burkhart of South Burlington. Burrows of West Windsor. Burdick Habit. Campbell of St. Johnsbury. Canfield of Fairhaven. Karis Duncan of Whitingham. Casey of Montpelier. Casey Hubbardton. Chapin of East Montpelier. Charlton of Chester. Christie of Hartford. Chena of Burlington. Coffin of Cavendish. Cole of Hartford. Conlon of Cornwall. Cooper of Pownell. Corcoran of Bennington. Critchlow of Colchester. DeMar of Venusburg. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Jobrovich of Williamstown. Dodge of Essex. Dolan of Essex Junction. Dolan of St. Johnsbury. Donahue of Northfield. Duke of Burlington. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Eastus of Guilford. Emmons of Springfield. Feltus of Linden. Galfetti of Barrytown. Garifano of Essex. Goldman of Rockingham. Goodnow of Brattleboro. Ghostland of Northfield. Granning of Jericho. Greer of Bennington. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hango of Berkshire. Harple of Glover. Harvey of Castleton. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Holland of Rutland Town. Hoyt of Hartford. Hunter of Manchester. James of Manchester. Kosenska of Burke. Keyser of Rutland City. Kimball of Woodstock. Klepner of Burlington. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow of South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. Lally of Shelburne. Malone of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. LaRush of Franklin. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. Long of Milton. Leaders of Lincoln. Luno of St. Albans City. McGuire of Rutland City. Malay of Pittsburgh. Marcotte of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. McKenna of Montpelier. McCoy of Pulteney. McGill of Bridport. Mickless of Milton. Mahaly of Calais. Minier of South Burlington. Morgan Ella Milton. Morgan Emma Milton. Morse of Springfield. Morsey of Bennington. Mora of Weston. Rowicki of Putney. Nelson of Derby. Nielsen of Brandon. Nigro of Bennington. North of Ferrisburg. Noyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie Burlington. Oliver Sheldon. Olson of Starksboro. Page of Newport City. Parsons of Newberry. Pizzo of Colchester. Pinson of Dorset. Pouch of Heinsberg. Powers of Waterford. Priestley of Badford. Pritchard of Pollitt. Quimby of London. Rachelson of Burlington. Stackwitz of Randolph. Shy of Middlebury. Scully of Burlington. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Susie of Berrytown. Southward of the Walden. Squirrel of Underhill. Steady of Milton. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Sweeney of Shelburne. Taglavia Corinth. Taylor Mendon. Tomlinson Manuski. Torrey Moortown. Walker Swanton. Wassezak of Berry City. Waters Evans Charlotte. Wells of Brownington. White of Waitsfield. White of Bethel. Winter of Ludlow. Wood of Waterbury. Yakavoni Morristown. Byrong of Virgins. Christie of Hartford. Donahue of Northfield. Howard of Rutland City. Keyser of Rutland City. McKenna Montpelier. McGill of Bridport. Susie Berrytown. Steady Milton.
For purpose of explanation, member from Cabot.
The problem of masks has to do with the federal government. Since our state police are doing a stand-up job, I see no need to give them a directive at this time.
Member from Rockingham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The version of S-208 that the House Judiciary Committee passed addresses concerns of Vermonters about when and where state and local officers need to mask and have identification. Clear policy sets consistent expectations across the state and will create uniform masking and officer identification standards for state-regulated law enforcement officers working in Vermont. This body has passed S-209, S-227, and H-849, bills that expand protections for Vermonters. I truly believe that we must resist our authoritarian regime, and I will be doing that work going forward. S-208 is a bill that will help Vermonters maintain trust in local law enforcement as we await outcomes from the federal courts.
Member from Sheldon.
Madam Speaker, as a career law enforcement officer of 4 decades as of last week, I'm voting no because we know what Vermonters want, and that is quality, compassionate service to Vermonters. It's always been that way with the majority of us, and I continue to vow to set an example and spread the word. Thank you.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, this is not an anti-law enforcement bill. It's an anti-secret police bill. Additionally, impersonation of police is a growing concern both in Vermont and nationally. There was an arrest recently of someone who impersonated a police officer in a police car, and the Vermont Attorney General's office reported that impersonation scams involving law enforcement are among the most common type of fraud in the state. In 2023, 228 scam calls impersonating police officers were reported, making it the third most common scam.
Member from Bridport.
Madam Speaker, may I vote?
You may.
McGill of Bridport.
Yes.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
Madam Speaker, as a firsthand witness of Vermont law enforcement exercising their authority while wearing masks and without any visible identification, I support S-208.
Members, please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 102. Those voting no, 39. The ayes have it, and you have proposed to the Senate to amend the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Now we'll take up Senate Bill 212, which is an act relating to potable water supply and wastewater system connections. The bill was referred to the Committee on Environment, which recommends that the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as printed in today's calendar. The member from Ferrisburg, Representative North, will speak for the committee. And then affecting the revenue of the state, the bill was then referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, which recommends that the report of the Committee on Environment be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from South Burlington, Representative Burkhart, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S212, an act relating to potable water supply and wastewater system connections.
Member from Ferrisburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee on Environment amended Senate Bill number 212, entitled An Act Relating to Potable Water Supply and Wastewater System Connections. I want to help people interpret those terms. You can think of those terms, which sound rather nice, as drinking water and sewage, two things that you don't want to get confused. As some people have noted, it's a crappy job, but somebody's got to do it. Madam Speaker, I am going to use the words permit and general permit in my report here, and so I want to offer you the following definitions to help you understand the differences. An individual permit is issued to one specific person to engage in a specific activity and includes the conditions and requirements unique to that person's activity or property. Whereas a general permit defines the conditions and requirements for a common, well-defined activity, and it is issued just one time and made available for any person or project that meets those requirements to make use of and separately operate under it. A general permit is not issued to one specific person and is widely considered to be more administratively efficient for both the regulator and the regulated. So as amended, this bill does three primary things, and I'm going to explain those three things before I go through the bill. So the first major thing that this bill does is it directs the Agency of Natural Resources to create a general permit for municipal potable water and wastewater connections with its associated conditions and requirements, and also, alongside of that, a general permit manual for licensed designers to use. Under the general permit, ANR does not need to do an engineering review of applications that are certified and stamped off by a licensed private sector designer. In addition, the bill identifies in statute 4 other common and relatively simple activities for which ANR is authorized to create a water system general permit. This is a huge step forward in reducing costs and delays and improving predictability for water and wastewater system permitting. It's one that I am particularly enthusiastic about. Combining the concepts of general permit manual, the certification by licensed designers, and the general permit itself is a recipe for efficiency and a huge win for Vermonters and housing construction. The second major thing that this bill does is a change that repeals the current law that allows ANR to fully delegate potable water and wastewater permitting ability to municipalities, and instead it institutes a partial delegation of permitting to municipalities that meets a series of requirements. Turns out no municipalities had taken long-term advantage of the full delegation capability, so clearly a change was needed. The partial delegation requires municipalities to incorporate into their process the requirements of ANR's general permit, as described above, and it enables the ANR to retain the central data warehousing for all potable water and wastewater connections and systems, which has great benefits going forward for real estate and land records. And the third major thing that this bill does, third and last, is allow ANR to delegate to the owner of a publicly owned treatment works, that's POTW. It authorizes them to the authority to permit treatment discharges to itself. That sounds kind of backwards, but they're permitting discharges to themselves. Wastewater treatment facilities are finely tuned biological systems that digest and break down sewage into less or non-harmful products. So a pre-treatment discharge means the introduction of pollutants upstream from the POTW by a non-domestic source, such as a brewery or a creamery or other businesses that occasionally dump large amounts of waste into the sewer system that could upset a finely tuned biological system in the POTW. Thus, coordination and the authority to permit those discharges to them is a huge help to allow them to do the permitting themselves. Under the current rules, ANR has to get involved to permit each pre-treatment discharge, and that causes a lot of inefficiency, so this bill fixes that. So now I'm just going to very quickly walk you through the sections of the bill that appear in today's calendar, starting on page 3265, 3,265 of today's calendar. Just very quickly go through it here. So sections 1 and 2 amend the purpose statement for this section of law and amend some definitions. Section 3 on the following page accomplishes the first major change that I described for ANR to create a general permit for municipal water connections, the general permit manual, and 4 other simple low-risk general permit activities. Moving ahead a page or two to sections 4, 5, and 6 together accomplish the second major change that I discussed. It repeals the ability for ANR to fully delegate potable water and wastewater permitting to municipalities and directs ANR to institute the conditions and requirements for partial delegation of permitting to municipalities. Section 5 updates the fees associated with the partial delegation activities based on the size of the system. Section 7 accomplishes the third major change that I discussed by allowing ANR to delegate to the owner of a publicly owned treatment works the authority to permit pre-treatment discharges upstream from themselves. Lastly, we're getting to Section 8, which makes the Section 7 change regarding ANR's ability to delegate the POTWs dependent upon something very specific, which is the US EPA notifying the Vermont Secretary of Natural Resources that the ANR is actually authorized to do that per their memorandum of understanding that's been in place for quite a while. This is required to enable ANR to work this out with its authorization under an older MOU that currently exists between ANR and EPA. And very lastly, Section 9 defines the effective date that this act takes effect on passage. We took quite a bit of testimony on this bill, including the director of the Department of Environmental Conservation, Watershed Management Division, the Community Planning Revitalization from the Department of Housing and Community Development, the co-president, regional manager of the DeFriends Group, consulting engineers, program manager from the DEC, policy and water director from VNRC, the director of intergovernmental affairs at VLCT. I'm just going to use the 3 and 4 letter acronyms going forward because it's a lot easier. Senior engineers from MSK Engineers, deputy commissioner from DEC, the director of Burlington Public Works, deputy chief counsel from Legislative Council, the director from the DEC for Drinking Water and Groundwater Protection Agency, the second vice president of GMWEA, the sponsor of the Senate Natural Resources bill itself, and a resident of the city of Montpelier. Having taken all that testimony and amending the bill as you see in today's calendar, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that this bill enjoys the support of the Agency of Natural Resources and that our committee found this bill as amended by our committee acceptable on a unanimous vote, 11-0-0. And I recommend that we vote to pass it.
And now for the Committee on Ways and Means, member from South Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. S212 was referred to your Committee on Ways and Means because it will have an impact on the revenues of the state. The committee made two small instances of amendment to the bill as it came to us from the House Committee on Environment. Those instances of amendment can be found on page 3274 of today's House calendar. First, in Section 8, we changed the term Memorandum of Understanding to the term an agreement when describing the document that the Agency of Natural Resources may sign with the municipality to delegate the authority to the municipality to administer a pretreatment program. Second, in Section 9, we clarified that while most of the act will take effect on passage, Section 5, the repeal of the fee cap for potable water supply and wastewater system permits located in designated areas, shall take effect on July 1, 2026. With respect to the fiscal impact of the bill, the Joint Fiscal Office has prepared a fiscal note that can be found on the Ways and Means Committee page or the JFO website by searching for the bill number. I will share with you a brief summary of the fiscal note. There are four sources of fiscal impact in the bill. First, the bill creates a new $100 administrative fee to be paid by projects that are permitted by municipalities under their partially delegated authority to issue permits for connections to potable water supply and wastewater systems. Few municipalities are expected to receive this partially delegated authority, so the impact of this provision on state revenue is expected to be minimal. Second, the bill repeals a discounted $50 fee for projects located in a designated Vermont neighborhood. In current law, there is a tiered fee structure for projects depending on the expected gallons of flow per day, which can be found in a table in the fiscal note. Projects located in a designated neighborhood qualify for a $50 discounted fee instead of paying these tiered fees. Act 181 expanded the areas in which projects could pay the discounted fee. The expanded eligible neighborhoods were expected to have been outlined in regional plans that were to have been approved by the LURB by December 1, 2026. With much larger qualifying areas, ANR was concerned that there would be many more projects for review, and the $50 discounted fee would not cover the necessary increase in costs for their permitting team. Under the proposal in this bill, there would be no more discount starting in fiscal year 2027, so all projects would have to pay according to a tiered fee structure. This would likely increase state revenue because projects would no longer qualify for the discounted fee, but it is difficult to estimate how many projects would move forward in a given year, so the total impact was hard for the JFO to project. Third, the bill creates a new connection general permit with a new fee schedule for connections to a potable water supply or wastewater system. These fees would be lower than those in the current fee structure. For example, a system designed for expected daily flows of between 560 and 2,000 gallons would pay a $250 fee rather than the current $870. A very large system of over 10,000 gallons per day would pay $5,000 rather than the current fee of $13,500. The new fee structure would be expected to decrease fee revenue for certain types of projects, but the total impact was difficult to model because the expected change in the number of projects was unknown. Projects that do not fall under connection general permits will continue to pay fees according to the existing tiered fee schedule. Finally, the bill repeals exemptions from state permitting currently in the Department of Environmental Conservation's wastewater system and potable water supply rules. The rules currently exempt certain types of projects that modify flows to water systems for existing buildings or structures. This change would mean that fewer projects would be exempt, and so more would have to pay fees, potentially increasing state revenue. However, the number of projects currently exempted is unknown. This provision of the bill would start to have an impact on state revenue in fiscal 2028. Because some of these changes potentially increase revenues and others potentially decrease revenues, the net overall impact on revenues is expected to be de minimis. These small net changes in revenue will have an impact on the Environmental Permit Fund at ANR and the Environmental Division of the Judiciary, which currently receive fee revenue related to potable water and wastewater projects. Total revenues for the Environmental Permit Fund in fiscal year 2025 were approximately $11 million. We heard from the following witnesses: 2 senior fiscal analysts from the Joint Fiscal Office and Deputy Chief Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel. We found S212 favorable as amended by our committee on a vote of 10-0-1, and we ask for the body's support.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment be amended as recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means? Are you ready for the question? Member from Ferrisburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee on Environment did review these amendments and found them favorable. And I can't remember the exact vote, but I know it was favorable.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment be amended as recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means? Are you ready for the question? So, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the report of the Committee on Environment. Now, the member from Starksboro, Representative Olson, offers a further amendment to the report of the Committee on Environment that is printed in today's calendar. Member from Starksboro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment poses revisions to Vermont's water and wastewater laws and regulations in order to better balance our commitment to protecting our environment and public health with Vermont's desperate need for housing. For too long, we have maintained conversational silos in which one perspective debates in opposition to the other. The result is that neither group becomes truly engaged in a discussion of how both perspectives, both valid, can and should be reconciled. If we don't adopt a different mindset, I fear for our society and for the young families and children we need to maintain our vitality and sustainability. The specific statutory changes proposed by this amendment are taken from H 746, an act relating to potable water supply and wastewater permitting. H 746 was developed with the help of many water and wastewater engineers throughout the state, as well as the staff of regional planning commissions throughout the state. These are non-political professionals with expertise and experience in water and wastewater design, and they believe that these common sense changes to our permitting rules can both protect our environment and health while making the building of homes less costly and time-consuming. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that the Committee of Jurisdiction would want to take additional testimony on the amendment. I wish that the bill could have been considered earlier in the session, and I hope it can be considered during the next legislative session. I strongly believe that legislation similar to this amendment will be of great benefit to the people of the state of Vermont. For these reasons, with leave of the House, Madam Speaker, I request to withdraw the amendment.
Absent objection, leave is granted. And now the member from Corinth, Representative Taglavia, and others offer a further amendment to the report of the Committee on Environment that is printed in today's calendar. Member from Corinth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you heard, presented by the member from Ferrisburg, S212 passed out of our committee unanimously. It's a great bill. And in the past couple of weeks, I've been hearing stories, and someone came up with an idea with me, for me, last week, and I thought we can make a good bill even better. And that's why I brought the amendment. Two things I wanted to do: bring predictability and relief. Before I present the amendment, think for a minute. You've gone to your municipality, you've asked about permitting and zoning, you've gone to the state, got your permits for your well and your septic, you do your construction, you get all of your infrastructure, it's all in, it's all done, and then you get a visit from someone at DEC who says you have built in a wetland. You're going to need to hire a consultant. You hire a consultant, pay $8,000, send the results to DEC, and DEC responds that they disagree, that they are going to need to fine you. And after a negotiation, a fine is negotiated down to $30,000. That doesn't sound like a very good housewarming gift to me. That's why myself and the member from Stowe and the member from Bennington decided to present this amendment. And with that, I'll read you the amendment. It's proposing to add a section 3A, 10 VSA, subsection 1974 is amended to read, subsection 1974 exemptions, notwithstanding any other requirements of this chapter, the following projects and actions are exempt. Sub 9, a potable water supply or wastewater system permitted under this chapter shall not require a permit amendment under this chapter or a permit under section 913 of this title when, after the issuance of the permit under this chapter, The Secretary determines that the supply or system is located in a previously unmapped or undelineated Class 2 wetland. The exemption under this subdivision also shall apply to the structure served by the potable water supply or wastewater system permitted under this chapter. And there was not just one, but in numerous occasions where I've heard this reported to me, where myself and my co-sponsors thought it would be a good amendment to a good bill. And with that, I'd like to yield to the member from Stowe.
The member from Corinth yields to the member from Stowe.
Madam Speaker, thank you. First of all, I would like to laud the Environment Committee's bill. The underlying bill is a great bill and very important. But in my community, both constituents and adjacent, I've been asked to intervene if I could to support folks that followed the rules, hired a licensed engineer, got a permitted well permit and wastewater permit from the DEC, continued construction, but found that a year or two, in one case 5 years later, that they were found out of compliance in that the wetland, in one case in Stowe, had migrated. And as we know about all natural systems, including wetlands and streams, they're not static or permanent. They do migrate. So this amendment that the member from Corinth and I and the member from Bennington felt that it was really a consumer protection bill. If you have followed the rules, used the wisdom and responsibility of a licensed engineer, done everything right, that it was improper to go back and face fines and that are significant. So we all know that we have a housing crisis. This bill affects only, I would say, primarily rural Vermont, meaning communities that are not served or locations that are not served by municipal water and sewage treatment. And with that, I just would urge the body to consider that this is reasonable protection for those more rural. Many moderate income folks are trying to create a home for their family, follow the rules, and then find themselves at peril and financial risk. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I would yield to either the member of Bennington or others. Thank you.
Member from Stowe, I'm sorry, can you please repeat yourself? I couldn't hear what you said.
Well, that's the end of my testimony, and if there are other co-sponsors that may want to weigh in, that would be up to them. Thank you.
The member from Ferrisburg. I'm sorry, I did not hear a yield, and we need the committee report.
Okay. Your Environmental Committee, Madam Speaker, heard from the sponsors of this bill as well as from Legislative Council and found, unfortunately, the amendment unfavorable, 7-3-1.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Corinth and others, member from East Montpelier?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As was just mentioned, the vote on this amendment was 7-3-1 unfavorable, and that the majority asked for you to vote no on the amendment. The majority of our committee found that the amendment was unfavorable because a couple of reasons that I will share. First of all, the Agency of Natural Resources already has enforcement discretion. And second of all, there are multiple significant unintended consequences or potential unintended consequences of this amendment. The Agency of Natural Resources only pursues enforcement if someone makes a complaint. They do respond to any complaint, and look at the facts of the situation. If they confirm that a water or wastewater system was constructed in a wetland, the Agency of Natural Resources has the flexibility to choose whether and how to enforce, whether or not to charge a fine, how much to charge if they are charging a fine, and whether or not to require a wetlands permit or an amendment to the water or wastewater permit. Having a state agency with discretion enables these situations to be looked at individually, for actions to be based on the facts of each situation and to avoid unintended consequences of a one-size-fits-all solution as is proposed by this amendment. The first unintended consequence is that in cases where someone was acting in good faith and genuinely did not realize at all that there might be a wetland where they built their septic system, this amendment would ensure no enforcement. But people could also take advantage of this amendment and avoid a wetlands permit if they or their water or wastewater system contractor ignore an unmapped or undelineated wetland. So one unintended consequence is that this amendment would create an excuse or even an incentive to avoid an otherwise required wetlands permit when people know there is or may be a wetland. And that leads me to my next point. This amendment is a wetlands amendment. It was drafted as an amendment to potable water supply and wastewater permitting to be germane to this bill. The exemption from wetlands permitting that this amendment provides should be in the wetlands chapter and not forced into the potable water supply and wastewater system chapter solely due to germaneness. Legislation should be transparent and clear and clean in how it applies and where it is located. The fact that an exemption to a wetlands permit is in the water wastewater permitting statute leads to the second major unintended consequence. Both Legislative Council and the Agency of Natural Resources testified to this. The agency stated that they would need a lot of time to determine what the consequences of this language might be and that they did not have time here at the last days of the session. Legislative Council indicated that the language may place additional professional responsibility on the licensed engineers and site designers who certify potable water supply and wastewater systems. Although this language is an exemption from permitting, professional standards for engineers and designers may require them to commit more attention to determining whether a wetland is mapped or delineated on a property, and this could delay certification by licensed engineers and site designers and potentially delay permitting for all development, not just the development subject to the exemption in the proposed amendment. Given these significant concerns and potential unintended consequences, and the fact that ANR has total enforcement discretion, I request you to vote no on the amendment.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Corinth and others? Member from Derby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unintended consequences. You get a piece of land, you buy it, given to you by your parents, whatever. You get the necessary permits. You have your septic system designed. All the elements are put into place. They're designed, they're okayed, they're stamped. You build your home. DEC rolls into your yard and says, you're not in compliance. And in front of your children says, I can make you tear down your house. I'm glad that wasn't at my house, because it wouldn't have gone well. Their bedside manner is terrible. Over and over again, we've heard from people at the Environmental District 6, District 5. The Act 250 people do their job. They send it to ANR. ANR sends a letter at the time of when the permit's to be issued, say, we need another 6 weeks. We need another 6 weeks. People are getting fed up with another 6 weeks. People are getting fed up with thinking they're doing it right and then finding out we can make you tear down your house. Hire a consultant. Pay $8,000 to a consultant. engineer, consultant. Well, we don't agree with them. It is terribly frustrating to the people out there. And for that reason, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment, and do so, Madam Speaker, I'd ask we vote by roll. Thank you.
The member from Derby requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by rolls. The member sustained. The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Corinth and others? Are you ready for the question? Member from Cabot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the member from East Montpelier?
The member from East Montpelier is interrogated if she so chooses. The member from East Montpelier is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. So is it possible under the current statutory framework that someone who gets a wastewater permit from the state and has that permit in hand, it's been approved, constructs according to that permit, that they could be found in violation later on of an Act 250 regulation, and that they would still be fined even though they were given a wastewater permit previously from the state?
I don't know anything about that. This is on the topic of a wetlands permit, not an Act 250 permit.
Okay, forgive me for that misunderstanding. So I guess my question then is, I'm trying to understand how someone can have a permit given to them by the state for a wastewater, for a septic system, but then be in violation of a wetland permit. How does that happen, and how does that happen?
What we heard in committee is that it does happen apparently on, I have no idea what kind of frequency, and that the only reason the Agency of Natural Resources or the Department of Environmental Conservation within the ANR would know about that and would come and check it out is if there was a complaint. We were told that's, could be by a neighbor who might feel like there's an obvious wetland that they knew about, that they're concerned about. And so in the case where someone constructs a water supply or a septic system and there's a complaint, then DEC or ANR staff come out and, sorry, I'm using DEC and ANR interchangeably. Agency of Natural Resources, Department of Environmental Conservation within the ANR. So DEC staff would come out and take a look. They told our committee that they, anytime they have a complaint, they always respond to it and examine the situation. And then they may or may not take some kind of an enforcement. And an enforcement, I think, could look like a number of things. What we heard was, I don't know about the word comment, we heard that sometimes there's just a fine. But my understanding is that there could also be requirements to actually get a permit. And a permit for construction in a wetland or a wetland buffer means that you're being given permission to build in that space. That's what a permit is, it's permission.
So the state has given permission to build in that space. The owner does so, then the state can come back later based off of a complaint-driven process and say you're in violation and fine you, or have other stipulations.
Yeah, the permit for a septic system is different than the wetlands permit. And so if somebody builds their septic system and never sought any clarification about whether there was a wetland there, then potentially if there was a complaint that somebody said, hey, that was in a wetland, I'm going to tell DEC that I have a concern about this property, then DEC would come and take a look. So the septic system permit is separate from a wetlands permit. And so if you build a septic system in a wetland and you didn't get a wetlands permit for that construction, then you may need a wetlands permit. And DEC could choose not to enforce, not to require the permit, not to have the homeowner pay a fine, or they could choose to do those things.
It seems to me that finding someone who received a permit from the state was given approval to construct something, and then someone else from a different department of the state comes along and tells you, actually, no, you can't do that. That looks like a miscommunication within the state, not a problem for the private landowner. And to me, that's a big concern. Thank you, member. I'm through with my interrogation, but I'll make some comments now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to vote yes on this amendment because this is a problem within our state, and it's communicating between departments, and our citizens should not be fined for that. So I encourage others to vote yes as well.
Member from East Montpelier.
I just want to contribute to the conversation that we did hear from the Agency of Natural Resources very early in the session about a lot of work that the agency is doing to improve permitting processes and collaboration between different parts of the agency that provide permits for development, and that they acknowledge there's a lot of room for improvement on the coordination as well as on the customer service side of this work. And I just want to share that we have heard a lot about that from the agency.
Are you ready for the question? Member from member from Barrytown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems to me that this is a pretty simple and straightforward amendment that takes the burden of proof off of a homeowner who has gone through the process, gotten the permit, and followed the rules. And the only unintended consequences that can come from this bill would come into play if DEC and ANR fail to continue on their mission to map, note, and take wetlands into consideration. So until such time as DEC and ANR has a protocol for dealing with this, the onus should not be on landowners who have followed the law. It should be on DEC and ANR. So this amendment protects rural landowners. It prevents government overreach on a retroactive issue, and I will be supporting it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Member from Stowe.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to add a little clarity to this discussion, and that has to do with the application and process to get a potable water permit and a wastewater permit. This isn't on a blank slate. That permit includes what's called a site plan, and a licensed engineer is required to indicate a class 1 or a class 2 wetland, any streams, the contours, the slopes, the house location, as well as the actual location of the wellhead within maybe a 3 or 4 foot surveyed location, and the same with the wastewater permit. No honest graduate engineer who is hired with their license and their reputation at stake is going to ignore the responsibilities that they have to their client to design a system. Then, once they've completed that, they've sent that to the DEC. It's been approved. It's been installed. So I'm respectful of the issue of unintended consequences from a committee member from East Montpelier and the council, but I find it really uniquely a permitting process, not a wetlands violation. We're talking about people that have followed the rule, done a design, and later are subject to a complaint driven. So I will be supporting this amendment, and regret only that we didn't have more time to take more testimony, but I will be supporting this amendment.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Corinth and others, member from Newberry?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If willing, could I interrogate the member from East Montpelier?
The member from East Montpelier is interrogated if she so chooses.
Thank you, member. I just have a process question as far as what we delineate as a Class 2 wetland and if that has ever changed over time.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. That was my only question. Thank you. I think one of the things we're kind of glossing over a little bit is that it says a previously unmapped or undelineated Class 2 wetland. It doesn't say one that was there when you built it. It says maybe it wasn't even there. Maybe we didn't consider what that is now as a Class 2 wetland then, so it wasn't a problem. I mean, genuinely seems like a pretty easy amendment for myself and I believe the people back home, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Member from Berkshire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment, and I'd like to corroborate the remarks of the member from Stowe just now. Having tangentially observed for over 30 years a family business in permitting and septic design, I can attest that the remarks from the member from Derby are not hyperbole. This is something that has really been happening throughout the state. And as the member from Derby pointed out, it can dash the dreams of young families who are wanting to build homes in our rural areas that lack municipal systems for wastewater. So I urge the members to vote yes with me on this amendment. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for taking testimony from A&R and reporting that there is work ongoing there around communication. I think that's important, and we should look forward to that. And in the interim, we should not be penalizing Vermonters who have followed the law. I will be supporting this amendment.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, I think it's clear that A&R and DEC have work to do on sort of customer service and a focus on serving Vermonters and focusing on outcomes. And I know that they are doing work right now. I also think this is within the agencies and the administration's power to improve. And I would like to see that improvement happen. I think it is really important, but I don't think we need statute to change for the agencies and administration to improve customer service and improve the way that their agencies function.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Corinth and others? Member from Barrytown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the presenter of the amendment?
The member from Corinth is interrogated.
Thank you. At any time since you offered this amendment last week, did anyone from your committee reach out to find a path forward for this amendment?
No.
Thank you, member. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Middlebury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to remind the body that your House Environment Committee found this amendment unfavorable, and we ask you to vote no on it. And I just want to kind of say that we did hear from the Agency of Natural Resources, who also is opposed to it. They were clear that the instances where these things are happening are rare. They're very few, but they're fact specific. There were concerns raised about the misuse. One of the points of having enforcement discretion is to be able to utilize their best judgment when looking at these, and sometimes folks are actually disregarding the wetlands rules. They said it opened the door to future rather than retrospective solutions to existing problems. And finally, that the examples given were in contravention to the wetlands rules. So again, we ask the body to vote no on this amendment.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Linden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It may be a rare occurrence, but the member from Derby is speaking about someone that lives in one of my towns. It's real for them. It was a $60,000 fine that they got down to $30,000. And having a threat to have their house torn down in front of their small children. They followed the rules. They did what they were supposed to do. They had a consultant who said, this is not a wetland. And they simply said, yeah, we don't agree with you. Here's your $60,000 fine. Maybe we can negotiate it down. So whether it's rare or not, it's painful and it's real and it hurts our rural communities again. I will be supporting this amendment and I hope you do the same.
Are you ready for the question? If so, will the clerk please call the roll?
Arsenault of Williston.
2 minutes. Will the House please come to order? Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during a roll call. And when the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your votes. The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Corinth and others? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Austin of Colchester. Bailey of Hyde Park. Bartholomew of Heartland. Bartley of Fairfax. Rebecca of Winooski. Byron of Virgins. Bishop of Colchester. Black of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Boslin of Westminster. Bosch of Clarendon. Bootenberry City. Boyden of Cambridge. Brady of Williston. Brannigan of Georgia. Brigham of St. Albans Town. Brown of Richmond. Burdett of West Rutland. Burke of Brattleboro.
No.
Burkhart of South Burlington. No. Burrows of West Windsor. Burdick Abbott. Campbell St. Johnsbury. No. Canfield Fairhaven. Kearsduncan of Whitingham. Casey Montpelier. No. Casey Hubbardton. Yes. Chapin of East Montpelier. Charlton of Chester. Yes. Christie of Hartford. Sheen of Burlington. No. Coffin of Cavendish. Yes. Cole of Hartford. Cullen of Cornwall. No. Cooper Pownell. Corcoran of Bennington. No. Critchlow of Colchester. Tamara of Eastburg. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Dobrovich of Williamstown. Dodge of Essex. Dolan of Essex Junction. Dolgan of St. Johnsbury. Donahue of Northfield. Duke of Burlington. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Eastus of Guilford. Emmons of Springfield. Feltus of Linden. Galfetti of Berrytown. Garifano of Essex. Coleman of Rockingham. Goodnight of Brattleboro. Ghostland of Northfield. I'm sorry, Ghostland of Northfield. Thank you. Granting of Jericho. Greer Bennington. Gregoire Fairfield. Hengo Berkshire. Harpo Glover. Harvey Castleton. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Holland of Rutland Town. Hoyt of Hartford. Hunter of Manchester. James of Manchester. Kasenska of Burke. Keyser of Rutland City. Kimball Woodstock. Klepner of Burlington. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow, South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. Lally of Shelburne. Malone of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. LaRush of Franklin. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. Long of Milton. Leaders of Lincoln. Luno of St. Albans City. McGuire of Rutland City. Malay of Pittsburgh. Marquardt of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. McKenna of Montpelier. McCoy of Pulteney. McGill of Bridport. Mickless of Milton. Mahaly of Calais. Minier of South Burlington. Morganell of Milton. Morgan Emma Milton. Morse of Springfield. Marcy of Bennington. Morrow of Weston. Rowicki of Putney. Nelson of Derby. Nielsen of Brandon. Nigro Bennington. North of Ferrisburg. Noise of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie Burlington. Oliver Sheldon. Olson of Starksboro. Page of Newport City. Parsons of Newberry. Pezzo of Colchester. Pinson of Dorset. Pouch of Heinsberg. Powers of Waterford. Priestley of Bradford. Pritchard of Pollitt. Quimby of Linden. Rachelson of Burlington. Sekowitz of Randolph. Shy of Middlebury. Scully of Burlington. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Susie of Berrytown. Southward of the Walden. Squirrel of Underhill. Steady of Milton. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Sweeney of Shelburne. Taglavia Corinth. Taylor Mendon. Tomlinson of Winooski. Torrey Moortown. Walker of Swanton. Wass's Eckerberry City. Waters Evans of Charlotte. Wells of Brownington. White of Waitsfield. White of Bethel. Winter of Ludlow. Wood of Waterbury. Yakavonia Morristown. Byron of Virgins. Burroughs of West Windsor. Christie of Hartford. Dodge of Essex. Donahue Northfield. Ems of Springfield. Harpel of Glover. Howard of Rutland City. Keyser of Rutland City. LaRoche of Franklin. McCann of Montpelier. Mahoney of Calais. Minninger of South Burlington. Morrissey of Bennington. Rowan of Putney. Susie Berrytown.
For purpose of explanation, member from Berry City.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad to hear that A&R's opinion was mentioned on this amendment. Thank you.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, the governor and his administration can improve customer service and coordination without statute change.
Member from Weston.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
While I voted no on this amendment, I share the concerns of the sponsors of this. The Department of Environmental Conservation needs to reform their enforcement procedures and approaches to better serve Vermonters. I am hopeful this is underway and look forward to working on permitting reform in the next session.
Member from Poultney.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
Penalizing someone that has followed absolutely every law is simply not the Vermont way. Righting the wrong is. I vote yes.
Members, please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 63. Those voting no, 74. The nays have it, and you have declined to amend the report of the Committee on Environment. Now the member from Bennington, Representative Greer, and the member from East Montpelier, Representative Chapin, offer a further amendment to the report of the Committee on Environment that the first assistant clerk emailed to members at 11:47 today. This amendment is also posted on the House Overview webpage, and paper copies are available at the main table. Member from Bennington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment that the member from East Montpelier and I put forward before the body today is in regard to an issue that the state of Vermont has not addressed over the course of too many years. Vermonters care about their land and their neighbors. Vermonters value their property rights. They also value good relationships with their neighbors when it comes to the management and protection of their land they share near one another. Now, over the past few months, I have received several issues from constituents that have been dealing with land use and property rights issues that's ranged from title fraud to easement disputes, and I feel somewhat confident and well-versed in this particular area given my knowledge from working with my family in the land title insurance industry. But one of the most curious examples of land issues that stood out to me was overshadowing, the term overshadowing, involving septic systems being installed on adjacent properties. Overshadowing occurs when a property owner builds, in this instance, a septic tank and an accompanying absorption area, which is more commonly referred to as a leach field, at the edge of a property boundary that overshadows an adjacent property or properties to minimize leaching onto their land. You would think this would already be a law, as several people mentioned to me back earlier this year when I introduced H 922. But Vermont is one of the few states that does not regulate septic isolation distances relative to property boundaries. This lack of regulation is equally lacking for both in-ground and mound septic systems like we have at our home in North Bennington. However, at our home, our septic tank and its leach field are located entirely within our property boundaries because, one, the system was built before any development on our road, and two, we have the acreage to accommodate this kind of infrastructure without impeding into abutting properties. Even after significant development around the original homestead farm that our property is on, our isolation distance is still located entirely within our property boundaries. Now, when talking to someone who may want to purchase a piece of property to build a house, the first question they would have after looking at a map would be, do I want to buy a parcel of land that has severe encumbrances to develop in the future? The intent of our amendment to S212 is not to retroactively apply new standards to existing septic systems. It simply charges the Technical Advisory Committee, TAC, to determine how, moving forward, there may be alternatives provided to affected property owners in the instances of damage or property value loss and access in the event that an overshadowing event takes place. Vermonters want to help their neighbors. They want to see new homes being built and development to take place. What they don't want to see is to have it happen at their detriment and their expense of their property being less valuable and less usable because someone wants to maximize their lot size or acreage without providing reasonable protections, and it's simply not fair. More than anything to me, this issue comes down to consent. Vermonters are not consenting to someone using their land for their own personal reasons and having no say or no choice in the matter. It's up to the state and the state alone under current law to determine that. Fortunately, ANR, through several rounds of testimony, supports the amendment presented today and will begin their work to address this issue in the capacity they're equipped to handle. Madam Speaker, just to highlight how the process works and what Vermonters receive when they go through this issue, I would like to read ANR Form 1 for overshadowed property owners, which was published in September of 2012, and to my knowledge, it's still the current form being used today.
May.
I won't read the whole form, but it's a 2-page form. It states, notice of overshadowing at the time of filing an application for a wastewater system and potable water supply permit. To the overshadowed landowner, it explains that they are applying for a permit. The isolation distances for my proposed water supply and/or wastewater system extend onto your property. The extension of these isolation distances is often referred to as an overshadowing of property. In 2010, the legislature determined that people who own property that will be overshadowed by the required isolation distance be notified of that fact. So prior to 2010, there was no notification requirement. This form is being sent to you in order to provide that notice. Attached to this form is a copy of a plan that shows what I propose to build and the isolation distances that extend onto your property. Not much of a choice there. The second point I just want to raise, it says a permit application review does not determine that the proposed water supply or wastewater system may affect or restrict potential future development of a water supply or wastewater system on your property. These possible restrictions exist because of the required isolation distances between potable water supplies and wastewater systems, which we've spoken to ANR about and why they are necessary in many instances. So going to the back of the form, I'm going to read these three last points, 6 through 8. Number 6, this notification requirement did not start until 2010, and the state permit program has been in place since 1969. So it is possible that there are already water supplies or wastewater systems that overshadow your property, or that your own wastewater system and or wastewater supply overshadows your neighbor's property. Sounds a little gaslighting to me, but that's just me. Point 7, the legislature created the notification requirement so that neighbors have the opportunity to discuss the possible effects on future development and potentially resolve them before a well is drilled or a septic tank system is built. Therefore, you're getting this notice before the permit application is filed so that you may consider having those discussions. And I think an emphasis on may, because even if you have those discussions, there's not much recourse. And then the last point says, very important, in all caps. Although the legislature has required notification to potentially affected landowners, the legislature did not give the Agency of Natural Resources the authority to deny a permit application based on isolation zones that may overshadow your property. So, Madam Speaker, that was the form that you would get from your neighbor, and pretty much your only recourse is to go through court and have a civil action lawsuit filed against your neighbor. So what we're doing is laying the groundwork with this amendment with how to address it. I was able to read over the weekend, and actually last week and the prior weekend, about some of the DEC rules, and it sent me back to physics, which reminded me why I did not go to college for physics. But the thing that this amendment addresses is the fact that it is best to leave it up to the Technical Advisory Committee to make these kinds of determinations and rules, and to advise the General Assembly on how to help landowners from encroachment practices. These are highly specialized regulations in a highly specialized field of work to make sure our infrastructure achieves top-tier efficiency and safety. Last Wednesday morning and this morning, during testimony, the Agency of Natural Resources said they support the current draft of the amendment as presented to members today. In that, it's already trying to take time to work to address this issue, and they said, and I'll just quote, that it is a significant one affecting Vermonters around the state. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to put that a little bit more in context, so may I quote the House Committee on Environment's testimony from last Wednesday morning regarding ANR's comments?
You may.
To quote from Brian Redman, the Director of Drinking Water and Groundwater Protection Division with DEC. The issues that legal counsel mentioned from 2024, we've been engaging with TAC to try to take a deeper look at overshadowing requirements. It's an area that our staff spend a tremendous amount of time explaining the requirements and the laws to providers. And in addition, it's an area that's very heavily litigated within our program. So it's a constant source of focus for us, and we've been engaged with them. He went on to further say, yes, I think we could support the initiative, the amendment as it is presented today, just to put it in focus and direct it to the TAC. The goal of the amendment is not to overburden TAC and subsequently ANR, but to put this truly in focus. Since 2010, there has been no comprehensive follow-through on on really any component of this for properties where overshadowing may not be a necessary option, and rather when it's used as a tool to minimize one's own damage to their property. Or, I should say, also in preparing data to the legislature to look more carefully at this issue and determine statutory steps moving forward. Given the absence of that latter example, We need to focus on that before moving forward with the former as a potential option, again, out there into the future. Landowners have waited more than 16 years for something to be addressed that's affecting many of them across our state, and they still do not have a resolution to the matter. And so now I want to walk through the amendment very briefly. So it starts with section 4A, subsection A, making sure that TAC, when they report this by January 15th of 2027, that they'll send that to the appropriate committees in both the House and the Senate. And there's just 5 brief points where they would summarize the scientific and technical basis and benefit to the environment and public health from overshadowing. Again, the goal of this was never to prohibit overshadowing. It may be necessary, but to really examine when it is necessary to tee that up. 2, evaluate alternatives to overshadowing that could prevent or significantly limit overshadowing of property and recommend preferred alternatives. 3, present data on the frequency of overshadowing and on the different alternatives or types of outcomes that occur when overshadowing exists. 4, recommend additional steps the Agency of Natural Resources can take to support the resolution of issues that may occur between neighbors when overshadowing occurs. And finally, 5, any additional information that the TAC deems relevant to address the issue of overshadowing from potable water supplies and wastewater systems. So I just kind of ran through it pretty quickly just to give a scope of what we're giving TAC to do. I just want to highlight again that this is not about saying overshadowing may never occur, but what this is about is whether the victim, in my opinion, the person whose property is being affected, has a means to reconciliation for a project that encroaches onto their land. And we need to collect the data and do this study so that that can take place potentially in the future as an option. So over the weekend, I received a number of emails from across Vermont about the effect of overshadowing on their neighbor relations and the impact to their property values. And I just want to thank them for their input and their appreciation that the legislature is taking this first step now rather than brushing it off. I won't read into all the issues that I've dealt with my constituents on this matter, but it's been quite significant going to their properties and touring land that they now have encumbered that they cannot do anything with despite their intentions to develop. And this particularly affects rural areas, and it is an equity issue. But I will close, Madam Speaker, by just saying in the same words of ANR that this is a significant issue. We should make sure this is done accurately and appropriately so that we do not continue to have the same level of civil litigation on this topic in the future. Vermonters are asking that we protect their property rights and their property values. Speaking from a personal stance on this issue and observation of the complexity around this topic, as we've been discussing over the past week and a half, in my opinion, I don't see this as an eminent domain issue because it does not serve the public good. This is about private gains at the expense of others. This is pitting neighbors against neighbors to see who can stake their claim first. This isn't the Wild West. We are a state of laws and respect of property rights. If you can't park your car on your neighbor's lawn without their permission, if you can't cut a tree down without their consent, you can't dump or spray toxic chemicals or contaminants hazardous to human or environmental health on their land, then why should we accept the fact that you can still put your literal excrements on your neighbor's lawn? I ask for the body's support for this amendment and happy to take any questions.
Member from Ferrisburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Committee on Environment did take testimony from the authors and sponsors of this amendment. We heard from ANR and we heard from Ledge Council, and this amendment enjoys the support of ANR, and we found it favorable 11-0-0. So we encourage your support. Thank you.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Bennington, member from Barrytown?
Madam Speaker, may I interrogate the presenter of the amendment, please?
The member from Bennington is interrogated.
Member, when you brought this amendment originally last Friday, you were the sole proposer of the amendment. And I just, earlier, I asked the presenter of the previous amendment if anybody from his committee had reached out to him. And I'm just wondering if
Point of
anybody
order.
from the
Point of order.
committee.
Member from East Montpelier, what
I
is
feel
your
like this
point of
isn't a personal attack on me. It's not appropriate.
Can I please see members at the podium, please? Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Will the House please come to order? Member from East Montpelier, I interpreted your point of order around using personal, you know what I'm saying? So I find your point of order well taken, and I caution the member from Barrytown to use caution during remarks. With that, member from Barrytown, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, member. You don't need to answer any more questions. And I will go ahead and just kind of speak what's on my mind. I think when I come into this building, no matter what the outcome is, no matter the adversity I face, I come here to show up for my constituents and to do what they need me to do to keep sending me back here if it pleases them. And I would point to the results of the previous roll call vote and the results of this roll call vote and encourage each and every one of you to show up for your constituents and fight for them, no matter what the outcome may be.
Member from Burlington, what is your point of order?
The member is impugning the motives of everyone in the House.
Will the House please stand in recess, and will I see members at the podium, please? Member from Burlington, I find your point of order not well taken. Member from Barrytown, the floor is yours.
Thanks, that's it. That's all I had.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Bennington? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have amended the report of the Committee on Environment. Now the question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment as amended? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have proposed to the Senate to amend the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Members, I have an update for you on calendar order. We will take up Senate Bill 326, which is the miscellaneous motor vehicle bill. We will also, following that, take up House Bill 642, the youthful offender bill, and then we will be postponing the remainder of the bills for today. So now we'll take up Senate Bill 326, which is an act relating to miscellaneous amendments to laws relating to motor vehicles. The bill was referred to the Committee on Transportation, which recommends that the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as printed in today's calendar. The member from Swanton, Representative Walker, will speak for the committee. And then affecting the revenue of the state, the bill was then referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, which recommends that the report of the Committee on Transportation be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Fairhaven, Representative Canfield, will speak for that committee. And then carrying an appropriation, the bill was then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which recommends that the bill ought to pass in concurrence with the proposal of amendment recommended by the Committee on Transportation and when amended as recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means. The member from Burke, Representative Kosenska, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S326, an act relating to miscellaneous amendments to laws relating to motor vehicles.
Member from Swanton.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. The miscellaneous motor vehicle bill S326 is on page 3206 of today's calendar. For all the new members and many of the first-year members, since it's S326 and we're on H944 plus the 1,200 plus bills, I just feel like I want to let you know that as an omnibus bill with 29 sections, there's probably could have been another 20 plus laws that would have been individually taken that are all put together into this bill. The largest and probably the most important part of the bill is that we stood here as your House Transportation Committee last year and spoke to the Vermont State Vehicle Inspection Program, and that we promised that we would come back this year with a focus on reducing the financial burden to Vermonters and increase the focus on safety-related inspections for motor vehicles. You will hear significant more about what we have done or what we have proposed to do in relation to state inspections. As far as where we're at with the heat, what I'll do is just say that for a little bit of energy to move to the next section, you're going to hear about Smuggler's Notch and specialty cars and K-trucks and even some floaties. So try to wake up a little bit. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would yield to the member from Brattleboro.
The member from Swanton yields to the member from Brattleboro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Section 1 of the bill amends 23 VSA 115 related to non-driver identification cards. It clarifies that an individual cannot have both a non-driver ID and an operator's license at the same time. This is to prevent fraud. Section 2 amends 23 VSA 110 regarding insufficient funds received for fees. It permits the Department of Motor Vehicles to temporarily suspend a license or registration if an electronic payment does not go through. and it includes language to enable the existing process of allowing individuals 30 days to pay the amount due. Section 3 amends 23 VSA 1006B regarding Smuggler's Notch winter closure of Vermont Route 108 and vehicle operation there. You may have heard about big trucks getting stuck in the notch. It's been a big problem over the years, and we have increased the penalties for operating a prohibited vehicle 40 foot or more in length in Smuggler's Notch, increased those fees significantly from $1,000 for first offense to $10,000 for first offense, and $20,000, the fee is doubled if traffic is substantially impeded. This is because it takes many hours of rescue and records and et cetera, to help to get a truck that became lodged in the notch. And there is also in Section 4, updated signage, and requires AOT to update the warning signage leading to Smuggler's Notch to reflect the enhanced penalties, maybe to make people think twice before they try to go through there, which has been a problem. And Section 5 amends 23 VSA 2091 regarding salvage certificates of title, forwarding of plates, and titles of crushed vehicles. And this just permits electronic signatures on certain documents needed to provide a salvage title to an insurer after a vehicle is declared a total loss. And that completes my sections, and I will now yield to the member from Heinsberg.
The member from Brattleboro yields to the member from Heinsberg.
Madam Speaker, I'll report on sections 6 through 12 of Senate Bill 326. The text can be found starting on page 3400 of the House calendar. These are fairly simple technical changes, but I may make history by not using one acronym in a DMV bill report. So let's see if I can do that. Section 6, technical change that allows the Department of Motor Vehicle to physically hand you a duplicate title if you go to the Department of Motor Vehicle for it. Presently, the law requires you to put it in the U.S. mail. And for younger members, that requires an envelope and a stamp, and it takes several days. This allows them to just hand it to you directly. Section 7, another technical change, which clarifies that snowmobiles and all-terrain vehicles have titles, require titles. It doesn't change it, it just notes it in 23 VSA. Section 8, another technical change, allows the Department of Motor Vehicle to hand you a new title rather than using that dreaded post office. Section 9, a technical change, clarifies the name of the court where you have appeals to the Department of Motor Vehicle. It just clarifies the name, it doesn't change where that happens. Section 10, again, a technical change, clarifies exemptions for motor vehicle requirements when titles are not required. Section 11 has a little more to it. It increases the reimbursement for towing abandoned vehicles from public property. The amount reimbursed goes from $125 to $250. This includes payments to the Agency of Transportation from the Department of Motor Vehicles. And we took much testimony about the difficulty of towing abandoned vehicles and finding towers who can do it. And the expectation is this added fee will ensure we can safely remove those abandoned vehicles. Section 12, another technical change, it just simply renumbers the statute governing diesel fuel tax. I will now yield to the representative from Brownington, who will provide the play-by-play report on the next sections of this bill.
The member from Heinsberg yields to the member from Brownington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here are the guts of 13 through 17. Number 13, penalties or suspension of registration. It increases the penalty for a snowmobile that's not registered or lacks a TMA decal. Section 14, that's commercial driver's license required. Permits permits state and municipal employees without CDL to operate heavy trucks in certain emergencies declared by the governor. Section 15, application for a commercial driver's license or commercial learner's permit, creates a $40 fee for a 1-year CDL license. Section 16, texting violations, handheld mobile telephone violations. That clarifies locations where a commercial vehicle operator may not text or use a handheld device. Also provides exemptions for hands-free use of portable electronic device and use of GPS. Section 17, that's fees, adds requirement for placement of motorboat validation stickers to bring Vermont in compliance with federal regulations. I'll now turn it over to the very capable representative from Waitsfield.
The member from Brownington yields to the member from Waitsfield.
Madam Speaker, I will walk through sections 18 to 22 of S326. And if you're following in the calendar, I'm at the top of page 3409. Section 18 updates 23 VSA section 3306 to include that in the winter months between November 1st and May 1st, all individuals aboard a vessel shall wear a U.S. Coast Guard approved personal flotation device. Some exceptions relating to shallow waters, ferries, and hunting and fishing do apply. Section 19 requires the Department of Public Safety, in consultation with the U.S. Coast Guard, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Forests, Park and Rec, Department of Motor Vehicles, and the Department of Health, to develop and implement a public education plan to support the aforementioned section. Section 20 continues on page 3410 and regards K vehicles, my favorite tiny trucks, and not just because I played one in the cabaret. This section updates the definition of pleasure car in 23 VSA section 4 to include K vehicles. It further updates the definition of farm truck to include a K truck. And lastly, it defines a K vehicle as a motor vehicle that is 130 inches or less, a height of 78 inches or less, and a width of 60 inches or less. The next section, section 21, further clarifies K vehicle status in Vermont to operate either as a pleasure car or as a farm truck, and to be subject to laws applicable to those categories. And finally, on page 3411, section 22 asks the Department of Motor Vehicles to amend the inspection manual to eliminate outdated procedures, to increase its focus on safety, and to provide clear guidance to inspection mechanics and to the public. By this August 1st, 2026, the DMV shall provide amendments to the inspection of motor vehicles rules and adopt emergency rules to implement the amendments. The emergency rules are proposed to address the urgent requests from Vermonters to amend the annual vehicle inspection requirements. And so there are some requirements regarding this, these inspection manual changes. Not more than 5 days after the proposed rule amendments are submitted to the Secretary of State, the Commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles is required to submit reports to both the House and Senate Committees on Transportation regarding the proposed amendment changes. And this will include an annotated copy of the inspection manual showing the proposed changes and a brief written statement on the effective dates of the changes. And with that, I will turn it over to the member from Shelburne, who will address sections 23 and forward.
The member from Waitsfield yields to the member from Shelburne.
Madam Speaker, I'll be covering sections 24 through 29, amendments to VSA, 23 VSA, starting on page 3413 in the calendar. Sections 23 through 25 address limited use vehicles. Section 23 defines what a limited use vehicle is. That is a vehicle built by a manufacturer that does not manufacture more than 325 vehicles for sale in the U.S. These include special occasion transportation vehicles used for exhibitions, parades, and the like. Section 24, this section creates a new registration category for limited use specialty vehicles, which are low production or individually built vehicles used only for occasional non-daily transportation. It authorizes the commissioner to issue up to 12 registrations per year statewide. These vehicles cannot later be re-registered under any other vehicle category. The section sets a $26 annual fee and limits their highway use to exhibitions, parades, club events, and no more than 1 day per week of general operation. Section 25, inspection requirements for limited use specialty vehicles. This section establishes a tailored inspection standard for limited use specialty vehicles. They must receive an annual safety inspection and a visual emissions inspection, ensuring basic roadworthiness. However, they are exempt from onboard diagnostics or OBD testing, recognizing that many such vehicles are older or custom built. The section aligns inspection obligations with the limited and occasional nature of their permitted use. Section 26, license plate display requirements. This section updates the rules governing how number plates must be displayed on motor vehicles. It clarifies that plates must remain fully unobscured, horizontal and securely fastened, with letters and numbers plainly legible at all times. It also reiterates that plates may not be tinted, covered, or altered in any way. Temporary and in-transit plates must follow the same visibility and placement standards, including when displayed in a rear window. Section 27, repeal of electronic temporary plate issuance statute. This section repeals 23 VSA 518, which previously governed the electronic issuance of temporary plates and temporary registrations. Repeal removes an outdated or unused statutory mechanism, consolidates temporary plate authority under the remaining statutes referenced in Section 26. This change is primarily technical and does not alter the availability of temporary plates to the public. Section 28, motorcycle noise, exhaust noise requirements. This section establishes clear standards for motorcycle exhaust systems to reduce excessive noise. It prohibits exhaust systems that have removed baffles, cutouts, bypasses, straight pipes, or any modification that eliminates noise-reducing components. A motorcycle that violates these requirements cannot pass inspection. The section applies only to normal highway operation and explicitly exempts motorcycles used in authorized races or exhibitions. And the last section is Section 29, rulemaking for motorcycle exhaust standards. This section directs the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles to amend the inspection manual to implement the new motorcycle exhaust requirements created in Section 28. The rulemaking must follow the standard process under the Administrative Procedures Act. These updates will ensure that inspection stations apply the new noise control standards consistently. The section ties the statutory change directly to enforceable inspection procedures. I now yield to the member from Swanton.
The member from Shelburne yields to the member from Swanton.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your House Transportation Committee heard from over 11 supervisors, directors, inspectors, and secretary and commissioners at the Department of Motor Vehicle, as well as 34 other lobbyists, including Vice President of Vermont Towing Association, the Vermont Association of Snowmobile Travelers, the Director of Aquatics at the Greater Burlington YMCA, Wilkins Harley Davidson, lobbyists from the Vermont Truck and Bus Association. We did also hear from the Associate General Counsel of the Department of Environmental Conservation, the Agency of Natural Resources. We heard from the Department of Corrections, and a list that goes on to 34 plus witnesses. The vote of your committee was 10-0-1, and we ask the body's support.
And now for the Committee on Ways and Means, member from Fairhaven.
Madam Speaker, your Committee on Ways and Means reviewed S 326. The full fiscal note history is available on the fiscal tab of the bill page on the General Assembly website and can be pulled up through the bill number search at the JFO page. And you already know what page it is in today's calendar. The fiscal impact. This bill is estimated to decrease transportation fund revenues by approximately $200,000 and increase expenses incurred by the Department of Motor Vehicles by $32,000 per year. Section 3, Smuggler's Notch. This section would increase the civil penalty issued for violation of the vehicle operation prohibition set forth in 23 VSA Section 1006B. The penalty is increased from $1,000 to $10,000 in all instances of violation, and from $2,000 to $20,000 if the violation substantially impedes the flow of traffic. The Joint Fiscal Office cannot estimate the potential revenue generated from increased civil penalties. Section 11. This section would increase the amount of towing a towing service can charge the state for towing an abandoned motor vehicle from public property from $125 to $250. In fiscal year 2025, DMV paid for 256 vehicles to be towed. Assuming this constant rate in future years, this section is estimated to increase DMV expenses by approximately $32,000 per year. Section 13 is a section would increase the civil penalty for operation of an unregistered snowmobile from $135 per violation to $450 for a first offense and $500 for a second or subsequent offense within a 3-year period. Again, JFO cannot estimate the potential revenue generated from increased civil penalties. Section 15 would establish a $40 yearly fee for a non-domiciled commercial driver's license, CDL. In 2025, 16 non-domiciled CDLs were issued. Given the small number of applicable instances, this section is estimated to have a de minimis fiscal impact. Section 24. This section would establish a $26 annual registration fee for limited use specialty vehicles, or K trucks. The Commissioner of Motor Vehicles would be allowed to issue a maximum of 12 of these registrations per year. Due to this limitation, the estimated fiscal impact of this section is de minimis. Section 27, this would eliminate DMV's ability to electronically issue a temporary license plate or registration to be printed by the owner of a motor vehicle. Under current law, the fee for the temporary plate or registration is $6. In fiscal year 2025, the DMV issued approximately 33,000 electronic temporary plates, generating roughly $200,000 in revenue for the Transportation Fund. In November 2025, the DMV stopped issuing temporary plates and as such is no longer collecting revenue from this fee. Amendment? Ways and Means amended this bill in Section 28, Section 310T02 after Section e to read 25. The Agency of Transportation, provided that the disclosure relates to tax revenue generated on the premises of airports in the state and is necessary to demonstrate compliance with Federal Aviation Administration grant funding requirements relating to airport revenue. Your Committee on Ways and Means found this amendment favorable, 10-0-1, and your Committee on Ways and Means found the bill, when amended, favorable by a vote of 10-0-1, and then recommends the bill ought to pass.
Member from Swanton.
Madam Speaker, your House Transportation
Member.
Madam Speaker, sorry about that. Madam Speaker, your Transportation Committee heard the Ways and Means amendment and took a straw poll of 902.
And now speaking for the Committee on Appropriations, Member from Burke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Appropriations Committee received testimony from House Transportation Committee and Legislative Council regarding S326. The Appropriations Committee also received detailed testimony and review of the fiscal note from the Joint Fiscal Office specifying increases as noted today regarding smuggler's notch penalties noted in Section 3, fees for towing abandoned vehicles noted in Section 11, and penalties for unregistered snowmobiles noted in Section 13. The Joint Fiscal Office was not able to estimate the potential increases in revenue generated from the aforementioned fees, but do estimate the increase as reported earlier in DMV expenses of $32,000 per year regarding upfront towing fees of abandoned vehicles as noted in their fiscal note. For everyone's information, 256 vehicles were towed in fiscal year 2025, which was used to estimate future expenses. The establishment and collection of new fees noted in sections 15 and 24 estimated to have a de minimis fiscal impact. The full fiscal note can be found on our committee website outlining the proposed increase in penalties for the range of violations. With a vote of 10-0-1, your Committee on Appropriations recommends that the bill ought to pass in concurrence as amended in today's calendar. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Transportation be amended as recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means? Member from Fairhaven.
Madam Speaker, I forgot to mention who Ways and Means heard from. Legislative Council and the Joint Fiscal Office.
Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the report of the Committee on Transportation. Now the question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Transportation as amended? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have proposed to the Senate to amend the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Up next is House Bill 642, which is an act relating to youthful offender proceedings. The bill passed the Senate in concurrence with a proposal of amendment that is printed in today's calendar. Member from Brattleboro.
Madam Speaker, our committee reviewed the Senate proposal of amendment on House Bill 642. The Senate proposal of amendment would significantly alter the proposed role victims would play in youthful offender proceedings in a way your House Judiciary Committee cannot support. Therefore, on a straw poll vote of 803, we recommend that the House refuse to concur in the Senate proposal of amendment and that a committee of conference be appointed.
The member from Brattleboro moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate proposal of amendment and that a committee of conference be appointed. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have refused to concur in the Senate proposal of amendment and requested a committee of conference. Pursuant to your action, the chair appoints the following members to serve on the part of the House. The member from Essex Junction, Representative Dolan, the member from Brattleboro, Representative Goodnow, and the member from Sheldon, Representative Oliver. Member from Poultney, can you please offer us a motion to suspend our rules to message our action on House Bill 642 to the Senate forthwith?
Madam Speaker, I make a motion to suspend rules in order to message our actions to the Senate on H 642 forthwith.
The member from Poultney moves that we suspend our rules to message our action on House Bill 642 to the Senate forthwith. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have suspended rules to message our action on House Bill 642 to the Senate forthwith. Next up is House Bill 583, an act relating to clinical decision-making. Member from Essex.
Madam Speaker, I move that we delay action on H 583 for one legislative day.
Member from Essex moves that we postpone action on House Bill 583 for one legislative day. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have postponed action on House Bill 583 for one legislative day. Up next is House Bill 657, which is an act relating to various programming and requirements within the Department for Children and Families. Member from Waterbury.
Madam Speaker, I move that we postpone action on H 657 for one legislative day.
The member from Waterbury moves that we postpone action on House Bill 657 for one legislative day. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have postponed action on House Bill 657 for one legislative day. Our final bill on the calendar today is Senate Bill 202, which is an act relating to portable solar energy generation devices. Member from Manchester.
Madam Speaker, I move that we postpone action on S202 for one legislative day.
The member from Manchester moves that we postpone action on Senate Bill 202 for one legislative day. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have postponed action on Senate Bill 202 for one legislative day. Members, that completes the orders of the day. Members, earlier today, the Committee on Ways and Means reported favorably on two bills that carry an appropriation and are therefore referred to the Committee on Appropriations pursuant to House Rule 35A, pending their entry on the notice calendar. They are Senate Bill 190, which is an act relating to the Green Mountain Care Board, reference-based pricing and studying the creation of a public employee health benefit authority, and Senate Bill 197, which is an act relating to payment reform for primary care. Are there any announcements? Member from Dover?
Just a quick thank you to your office and the Sergeant at Arms and the Capitol Police for trying to alleviate the heat in here. Thank you.
Are there any, nope. Are there any further announcements? Seeing none. Member from Poultney, can you please offer us a motion to adjourn until Wednesday, May 20th at 10 a.m.?
Madam Speaker, I make a motion this body stand in adjournment until Wednesday, May 20th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
You have heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and this body stands in adjournment until tomorrow at 10.